Waheguru, Waheguru. Buongiorno. If we could have everybody take their seats now. Thank you. Could we please turn the mics on for the instruments, for the flute and the drums? Thank you. Ah.
1, 2. gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to come together and find the QR code. They're on the walls behind you, perhaps, so that you can invite people from around the world to join us. We are the lucky ones that are actually here. So if you can make sure you do that. And also, this will give you a link to embraceoneness.org, and this will allow you to invite friends and family for the live stream of this event, which will begin very soon. Please make sure that you have your capacity to have the translation, which is just over here, and we will begin very shortly. Thank you. Before we begin, we'd like to invite you once again, if you haven't already done this, please, can you use your phone to get the QR code so that you can send to your friends, family, so that this beautiful event can be shared with everyone across Earth. So if you haven't already got this QR code, it's on the pillars just on either side here, and that will take you to embraceoneness.org, where you'll be able to send the link for your friends and family to watch this live streaming event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Buongiorno. Waheguruji. Waheguruji. How are you today? I hope you're comfortable as we come together, dear friends, honored guests, esteemed speakers. It's truly a privilege to welcome you, where so many of you traveled very far to be here, and also to welcome those of you who are watching this in a live stream from across the world. Today, this wave of humility, kindness, and love will be shared, having been launched in Amritsar in India at the Golden Temple. From there, it moved to the sacred grounds of Puri, and now it manifests here in Parma, Italy. How beautiful to be here today. May I invite you to take a breath, focus on your heart, as we begin this launch of humility, kindness, and love with a prayer. So I'd like to invite Professor Roberto Gaetano. Thank you, sir.
Dear sisters and brothers, we wish to start this day of celebration and worship by placing ourselves in the hands of our Maker, God, the Father of each of us and the Father of all creatures in the world. Let's take a minute to pray silently according to our tradition. Many of us here have different religious traditions, so we take this moment to pray in the depth of our heart according to the tradition we belong to. May God help us to be worthy of His fatherhood. May God help us to be worthy of His love by living like brothers and sisters, as we are all His children. May we praise today His name and continue to do so for the time to come. May He help us to live a day which resonates of his love and peace, and above all, may God make us witness of the love and peace we experience together today. May each of us, in the depth of his or her heart, ask for pardon for all the times we have betrayed this commitment to show the greatness of God's name and the immensity of his love. May each of us commit himself and herself to be instrument of brotherhood and sisterhood all over the world, wherever we are and wherever we will be. In all humility, may God help us to be his faithful children, to make of the whole of humanity one great human family. As we pray to God, our Maker, to the Almighty, we have to acknowledge that the world today is wounded by so many tragedies, especially wars, conflicts, distractions. We have fears, mistrusts, discouragement. I would like to pray and meditate a text which has been attributed to Saint Francis of Assisi. It is a humble request to our Father to make us instruments of his peace. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. We take another moment of deep silence in our hearts, praying the Almighty. and we can continue now with the proceeding of the day.
Thank you, Professor, for such a beautiful prayer. I notice how being together and knowing that many different religions are here represented by the speakers, how moving it is to see to feel the fertile ground of our common humanity here today. But we're here in Parma. What a joy to be here. What a beautiful city. I have to say the food is probably the best I've ever tasted anywhere in my whole life, so thank you. But it gives me a real pleasure to invite the mayor of Parma, who has been instrumental in making sure that everything has moved smoothly. So I'd like you to give a warm welcome to Miquel Guerra.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Parma. Our city is so honored to host this day and to host this wave of humility, kindness, and love in this day here at the Fiere di Parma. You know, Parma has a long history. This town was founded more than 2,000 years ago, and many people, many population during history came in this city bringing their cultures, their beliefs, their religions, and the dialogue, the confrontation was the key during the centuries to develop this town, its culture, its ideas of peace and cohabitation. And so, when I was thinking of this event here in our city, I tried to find this profound connection between the history of Parma and the values we are bringing all together here this morning. So we live a period of anxiety, of fear, of conflicts, of war, and we need to get back to the very humanistic value of our life, in the relationship between this human value and the transcendence. And so I think that these three words, humility, kindness, love, could be the basis of a new renaissance for our soul, for our idea of citizenship, for our idea of politics in the higher sense of this word. So I hope our town will find a good chance today to reflect more deeply on the meaning of these words, to keep these words silently in our hearts, to understand that this is the road we have to move on again, as the history of Parma teaches to us by centuries. And so, thank you again for your presence here. We strongly believe in the dialogue between religions. We strongly believe in the words and in the wave you are bringing to us in these days. Thank you so much, and welcome to Parma.
Grazie. Thank you for your words. We'd like to invite all of the speakers to grace us with your presence on the stage. And then we'll be inviting you one at a time to share your wisdom. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Speak more closer, more closer.
Thanks. It's no accident that we're here together today, that we've been blessed with the presence of these esteemed guests who've dedicated their lives to creating a world full of peace. We'd like to invite our first speaker, the Reverend Mazzolini Don Raffaele, who's the Diocese of Parma, Italy, the pastor of Caluni. And I'd like to invite you to be our first speaker. If you'd like to come here, thank you.
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti, fratelli e sorelle. Sono un prete cattolico della diocesi di Parma, ormai un po' anziano, che tuttavia continua a svolgere un servizio pastorale presso alcune comunità parrocchiali non lontano da Parma, vicino al fiume Po. In questa e in altre realtà, più volte nel corso degli anni, mi è capitato di incontrare persone di realtà religiose o spirituali diverse, non solo cristiane e non solo credenti. Tante volte ho trovato persone delle quali ho potuto apprezzare le qualità profonde, interiori, e con le quali è stato possibile condividere momenti di riflessione e anche a volte preghiera, pur nel rispetto delle rispettive caratteristiche. Il momento che stiamo vivendo ora tutti insieme, al quale partecipo per scelta del mio vescovo, che non può essere presente ma che ugualmente saluta, credo manifesti le stesse caratteristiche di quelle esperienze che prima ricordavo, pur nella sua singolarità e straordinarietà. Questo permette anche a me, per quello che ho potuto capire, di ritrovare ora, insieme con altre figure spirituali, legami e sintonie con quello che è stato il lancio della diffusione dell'onda di umiltà, gentilezza e amore che ha avuto inizio lo scorso anno in Punjab. Sono legami e sintonie in particolare con quello che per me è il cuore della mia fede cristiana cattolica, cioè l'esperienza del mistero di Dio come dono di amore e benevolenza, dono che si è reso presente a noi nella umiltà in maniera decisiva nella persona di Gesù Cristo, per la nostra mia fede, figlio di Dio, ma anche nostro Maestro che ci guida con la forza del suo Spirito. Momenti straordinari come questo hanno però bisogno di essere costantemente accompagnati da percorsi concreti e duraturi di amicizia, di fraternità, di cammino insieme, soprattutto nell'attenzione e nella cura di ogni persona debole o in difficoltà, ma anche di ogni cosa che è stata affidata alla nostra responsabilità. Percorsi che siano capaci di superare insieme anche i momenti difficili, eventuali, dei rapporti reciproci che sempre arrivano. Che la grandezza, la profondità e la bellezza del mistero di Dio al quale tutti noi apparteniamo ci conservi sempre nella sua forza e nel suo amore.
Thank you, Reverend Mazzolini, Don Raphael. Thank you for your words. It's so wonderful that we can have an instantaneous translation, so no matter where and which language you speak, we can all understand. I'd like to invite Daria to come on stage. We would like to offer some flowers to each of you. And can I invite you to come on the stage, please? Thank you. Daria has been incredibly helpful in making this happen. She works in the, well, if you want to say some words yourself, that would be very helpful. Would you like to say a few words where you work?
Grazie, sono molto onorata, non mi aspettavo di venire al microfono. Io ho avuto dal sindaco di Parma la delega a occuparmi della pace e delle comunità religiose. In Italia sono pochi gli assessori che si occupano specificamente di questo e quindi ho avuto la gioia e l'onore di accogliere questa giornata e vi ringrazio Babaji, la comunità Sikh che ha dal Punjab scelto Parma per portare qui tantissime persone e un valore, una speranza di cui oggi il mondo ha estremamente bisogno. Non dobbiamo smettere di pensare, di costruire insieme la pace. Le religioni hanno un ruolo importantissimo anche per la politica e quindi è molto importante questa presenza oggi perché la gentilezza e l'amore devono entrare nelle categorie politiche e così si costruirà la pace nel mondo, partendo dai nostri cuori, ma anche nelle città. Quindi vi ringrazio moltissimo, ringrazio anche i giovani Gurvire, i ragazzi di Parma, la comunità di Parma che si è occupata con tanto amore di questa organizzazione, davvero. E buona giornata a tutti e a tutte.
Thank you. Yes, just accept the flowers with our blessings. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll be introducing all the speakers later throughout the day. I'd like to introduce Dr. Luigi De Salvia. He is the President of Religious for Peace Italia, and we'd like to invite you to come and speak now. Thank you very much.
So, good morning to everybody. Thank you, dear friends of Sikh community, for organizing this great and beautiful event. Today we are called to launch a wave of good, a wave for good, because we know that around us we have also terrible waves, negative waves, and nevertheless, we are firm in giving space to wave of good, to wave of beauty also with these flowers, and founding all this in these values, these important values. humility, kindness, love. Humility is an English word. Maybe you don't know that in our language, in Italian, which comes from Latin, the word is humus, which means soil, earth. And also homo, man, and also human come from this root of the word, meaning that we are connected and we come from the earth. And so we are changing people, and when we understand this, and we are grateful to be part of the earth, but also with a spirit, also with a spiritual nature, then we can understand our limits. But despite our limits, we also are conscious of our potentialities to approach the others in a positive way, in our family, in community, internationally. So it's important that we become humble, but not frustrated for our limitation, but we are grateful anyway for living, for being humans, and to approach the others in solidarity and in love. Another word is love. Yes, we hear this love in many songs, etc. But this is a concrete way of considering love. You know, we speak of a golden rule which is common to all religious traditions. Since the ancient word of Levitic, love your neighbor as you love yourself, but in a concrete way. In the concrete way of pay attention to the needs of each other, to the suffering of each other, to encourage each other, to overcome fears that we can have from each other. So love in a very concrete way as a justice. There is no greater love than be just with our neighbors. And there is not a justice greater than be positive, love, pay attention with empathy to our neighbors. And then kindness. Kindness, we also in English they say gentle, has to do with gens, a Latin word that means generation, the way of generation after generations. So when we speak about kindness, we speak also to give continuity to the generations that were before us. And they taught us how to be with their teachings and also with their mistakes, as we have to do with ourselves. So these three words, three concepts are not only sweet words, and this is of course important, but are very demanding words and concepts. And it's our commitment to work for peace, as we said yesterday in our meeting, Exploring Spiritualities. We had in Parma here a meeting, a religious meeting. A friend, a Buddhist monk, he underlined that the first commitment for peace is to work on our interior peace, because we have a contrast also within ourselves. So the first action for peace is to overcome in ourselves our fears, our contradiction, because this way we gave a firm point for expanding peace around us. So we cannot block the aggressors of the terrorists all over the world, but we can protect and enlarge
space for peace. So it's important that we together encourage each other and be very conscious that only small actions of peace are so important in contrasting the bad waves and put forward the good ways for good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspiring words. It's touched my heart very deeply. Thank you. We'd like to invite Babaji to please share some words. Thank you so much. Thank you.
ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਸੱਚ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਵੀ ਸੱਚ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਸੱਚ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਵੀ What a privilege honor, rare honor to be here amongst you, to talk about lives, our lives, about our lives. The prayer Professor Catalano led us to. He said, let's place ourselves in the hands of our Creator. Let us place ourselves in the hands of the Creator. Let us ask for forgiveness for betraying Him. Let us ask for His forgiveness for being unfaithful to. Let us ask for forgiveness for not letting the souls of his message, souls of his words enter into our hearts. His words we accepted, but the souls of the words we missed. Professor Catalano, I'm very grateful to you for waking us up all. And then Archpriest Raphael's. I didn't understand what he was saying, but tears were filling within me, looking at his so gentle, tender face, tender eyes, tender face, loving, kind face of Archpriest Raphael. And then Dr. Luigi's words that humility, kindness, and love, they seem humble. How beautifully he put it. He said, these words seem humble, these words seem kind, but they are very demanding. Demanding. It's not easy to be humble. It's not easy to be kind. It's not easy to be loving towards others. Demanding words. No wonder God brought these beautiful souls let us share few moments with them, with their richness, beauty. After listening to them, when I was sitting there, I felt like there is nothing more to say. All we have to do is to live this message. Live this message, what they have delivered. We should quietly sit down as Professor Catalano said, that let us go deep into the silence of our hearts. Pray to him. I thought there is nothing more to do. There is nothing higher than that to do, if we can do that. And they both mentioned that this wave started from the land of Punjab, very blessed land, from a temple which does not belong to any religion, that is the temple of God of all humanity that has 4 doors in each direction, open to all humanity, all religions, all races, all countries, everybody. And I talked to Mayor Mikhail before he addressed us, and he was asking me twice. He asked me twice, why Parma? Why Parma has been picked out of this entire world? And I said, it's not anybody's choice. We all felt it was God's will to start that wave outside of Punjab from this blessed land of Italy and city Parma. Reasons we cannot know, and there is no need to know reasons. I want to introduce you to a very beautiful soul. They all are so beautiful. I spoke to all of them on the phone personally, and what a beautiful jewels they are. Here is Professor. Please come. Professor Benoni. Daria is sitting before me, and I called her from India. And she said it would be so nice if this event gets held in this city, Parma. And she has been instrumental in making this event possible. Daria, Dr. Luigi, Professor Catalano, and everybody. I called Professor Benoni from Germany. From Germany. It was Friday evening. And he said, who is it? Babaji. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. He asked me to wait a minute, and what he was doing in the meantime, he was constructing a sentence in English, because he doesn't know much English. How beautiful. Think about these things. This is not somebody who is a slave of his mind. This somebody so special. He said, wait a minute. Then he went silence. And then he said, Babaji, I am mountains in mountains. Away from Parma, me come Parma, Monday, meet you Monday. What a beautiful soul. What a beautiful soul. And as soon as he came to Parma, he came to the Kuli. We sat together. And he asked me some questions, very innocent questions. And then he asked, what it is which hurts you most in 2025. What is it which hurts you most today in 2025? I said that man is afraid of man. Man is afraid of man. A smaller animal is afraid of a stronger, bigger animal that can be understood. But man is afraid of man. I saw tears in his eyes. He lowered his head. जी बच्चन कुछ सेवादार प्लीज. He lowered his head. Tears were coming to him too. Man is afraid of man. And he said, I have written some books about the heart, not medical books, but the qualities of heart, the virtues of heart, the beauty of heart. And this month I'm going to write another book. And in that book I'm going to write this, what you have just said. Man is afraid of man. Then we talked about this wave. And he said, I love this idea. I said, would you join us? He said, without doubt and unconditionally. Then he said, I want to connect hearts, want the hearts to connect with each other. This is the heart time. He said, heart time. He said, this is the heart time. I said, what does this mean? This is the heart time. Today, the world needs the hearts, not the minds. Today, the world needs the hearts, not the minds. And I murmured, a world of hearts. We need a world of hearts. On our journey of human life, somewhere we have lost our hearts and kept holding on to the minds and have become so poor. And then he asked me, so think about his innocence, his beauty, his richness. He said, Babaji, the sins that I have committed, that can you have God forgive me? That brought tears to my eyes. I said, let's go to him. So we both sat in meditation. It was such a beautiful moment. I said, you have the heart. Share that heart with others. He said, I need your help. I need you give me power. I said, Lord Jesus is giving you power. God is giving you power. You have the power. Let's use it. This very well learned doctor, professor, writer, philosopher, meditator. And then he said, it feels like two sadhus are talking to each other. These are the souls like him we need today. These are the souls who are so rich, so giving, who are needed, not the mental intelligence. I love you, Professor Benoni, and you are always going to me in my thoughts and prayers. I learned a lot from you. Now the next speaker is going to be there. I sat with the speakers yesterday and reminded them that all religions are beautiful because they all talk about the same Lord, same common Creator, same common Father. And the whole humanity are His children. We are here today collectively pray to Him to save us from ourselves, to save us from ourselves. The wave, as Dr. Luigi mentioned, negative wave, I am first. That shows how bankrupt man has become today. I am first. It should be, I'm the last, you are first. We should, out of utter humility and closeness to you, my prayer every day is that before you give me food, before you give me anything, please give your children first. We should not be first. Mind does not have the answers to the questions of life. Mind does not have the answers to the questions of life. Only heart has the answers to questions of life. Heart. Mind only wants to occupy land, buildings, power, recognition, all that, and so that others can be afraid of it. is this human beings desire can be this, that others should be afraid of me and I can do whatever I feel like with because they are afraid of me. No. Humility, kindness and love, these are God-given gifts to us, to humans. And they are not there just to be left unused, uncovered. They are to be used. Used. The more we use, the more He blesses us. These are the things which are answers to questions of life. If we have but only meditation, only surrendering to God, only going to Him, pleading Him, begging Him to bless me with these qualities, we can have these. Not by mere words, or not even by just desiring. We have to work for it. This is a very kind gesture that we commit ourselves to do this. And but thank you so much, so kind of you. So let us all, please, we are not here for an inter-religious dialogues. If we look at religions closely, religions born out of the hearts, not out of the minds. Religions born out of the hearts. And if we connect with our hearts, we won't see any differences anywhere. Dr. Luigi? There are no differences. Only we have created differences. Man has created differences. Out of ego, I'm better. No. Humility, my dear children, humility, kindness and love, they are more powerful than hydrogen bombs and atom bombs. And they are the real powers. They are the positive powers. They are not negative powers. We all need to be filled with these things. It's not about Sikhs taking this wave anywhere. No. It's about humanity. It's about us all together. And humanity cannot be really separated, no matter how hard we try. We have been formed by the same Creator. We have the same desires. We have the same problems. We have the same worries. We are common. We are on the same ship on this journey of life. Same ship. And I don't find any words to feel my gratefulness to all the guests who took time out to come here, some from America, others, and for all the Sangat, everybody who is here from 32 countries and 6 continents. And I bow down to all of you with all my heart.
Thank you, Babaji, for your tender words. We want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to understand, whether it's in English, Punjabi, or Italian. So if you don't already have the translation device, which is like this, you can gather that from this direction here. If you have some kind of identity, that will be helpful. And we kindly ask that you return these at the end of the day. We're now going to have this announcement in Punjabi. Thank you.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸਟਾਲ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਵਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੈਡਸੈਟ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਆਈਡੀ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ, ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਜਾਣਾ ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੈਡਸੈਟ ਮੋੜ ਕੇ ਜਾਣੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸਟਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ।
Thank you so much. It's our pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Sister Antanella from the Brahma Kumaris Italian Bologna. Please, we invite you to come and speak here. Thank you so much.
Greetings of peace. And in that peace, experience God's presence and God's love. So, as the mayor said before, we live in a world that is filled with fear, anxiety, and stress. And therefore, such event like what we are experiencing today is so essential to reverse that kind of energy. But in fact, there are two energies at work at the moment. A very destructive energy that is very evident. We can see wars and conflicts everywhere. And yet there is another energy which is underneath. So it's not so visible, but is more effective. And that energy is the spiritual energy that will promote this kind of wave of peace, kindness, love, humility. And definitely let's make this wave a wave of joy and happiness, because that energy will win, but is underneath, so it's not so visible right now. But I can see that the response of this event is wonderful, and each can be a drop. Each one of us can be a drop of that wave and can definitely make the difference. And we think that to create a better world might take a long time, or something to invent. In fact, maybe it's not like that. Maybe we just need to unfold and take off the layers of illusions, of bad habits, and therefore it's just something that is already within us. So I don't have to go far, not a long way, but just within. And it's just taking off extra layers that cover the soul. And there is a source of immense peace, immense love, immense everything inside to be experienced and to be shared. And there are many obstacles on the way, I guess, to reach that state and to get that experience. And I will mention few just to explore them. Obstacles like seeing defect in people around us. Of course, that will diminish my capacity to experience and to share kindness and being humble. And it's so easy to see defects, and I don't ask you, but I guess everybody's got that habit. But to be deeply honest and to see my own state is so important, to be able to shift into another level of consciousness. And if I am honest, unfortunate is a spiritual principle. The more I see myself and go within, the more honest I am, the more lucky I become, which is something that probably is very meaningful. While otherwise, I can become my worst enemy. So to be able to see virtues around is a new, special habit. And that new vision will change not just myself, but my relationship and the environment. And another obstacles that we encounter in spreading this wave is to having lost our driving license. You sure you have your driving license with you? I mean the driving license of my mind. Driving the mind, guiding the mind, it's a power, it's an expertise, it's an achievement within a spiritual path. And therefore, within that, we practice 4 steps, like going back, step back, or move back, just to observe what is going on within myself. And then second, step within. And while I step within, I can recharge myself and discover the wellness, the wealth that I have within. And third, move up to be able to encounter or meet the Supreme Being, God, whatever name you want to call him with, and then share that experience or that energy with the world, and that wave will become a reality. But to stop and reverse the system from looking outside all the time to look inside. It's a balance in and out. And that will give me again my driving license to be able to guide my mind and my heart. And the third obstacle that I can foresee is be too much in the past and therefore holding on to revenge feelings or bad negative feelings for people and for the self. Therefore, to be able to keep one special balance, which is between capitalizing my experience, because we do accumulate a lot of experiences. I can capitalize the experience and at the same time be a student of life, learning every moment. There is so much to learn every day from everyone. So how much am I open to learn and to be experienced on one side is like two positive opposites of the scale, but both positive, capitalizing my experiences and be open to learn, a student. And if I can do that, every day is a step forward. And a wave, like a wave of kindness, humility, and love, it's a healing energy. And if I can keep promoting that wave, I'm surely part of this energy that will change. And maybe somebody might think about what can I do as a little single person, but each one can make the difference. So to value the self at that level, that each drop creates the ocean, and that will be creating actually wonders. And to conclude, sometimes spirituality can be seen as optional. Whenever I've got time, extra time, maybe once a month. But nowadays, according to the reality of the world, it's not really optional anymore. It's a must. And to face the challenges that this world is bringing forward, and we don't know where we will end up. So to be able to gather strength, enough strength to face any challenge, I would suggest a challenge for you, if you don't mind. Let's say 7 days challenge, to be for those 7 days, hopefully more, but let's start with 7 days. 7 days being on a diet on negativity, so that I can remove many bad energy and I can be a promoter of a new culture. And I like the idea of the culture of generosity and the culture of care. But it doesn't happen as a miracle. It could be good, but otherwise it requires each one effort. So if you're willing to get that challenge, then 7 days, and hopefully they will become forever, stay on a diet on negativity, look in qualities rather than defect, doing little act of kindness, smiling, being present, being a good listener for somebody in need. We don't have to do huge things, but small things that will make a big difference. And so let this wave of kindness, humility, and love become a wave of happiness and joy. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Sister Ferrari, for your challenge, the profound nature of which I'm sure is something that we can embrace with all our hearts. It's a real joy to introduce the next speaker, who's traveled all the way from the United States of America. The Reverend Kaz Nakata from a Buddhist temple in California. Please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. And also, good afternoon, everyone. And good evening, everyone. Because here we have a venue in Parma, Italy this morning, but all over the friends and families and brothers and sisters in all different countries are watching through the streaming. It is so amazing to have this wonderful opportunity here in Parma, Italy. And also, I'm so fortunate, and also thank you so much for allowing me to be here to share a time and love together with each of you. So at the beginning, I was told to do the shape as like a heart, right? Love. Did you do that? Okay, so I like to take a picture of everyone's heart, okay? Okay, so make heart. Love. Okay, so I will share with everyone. So I'm Reverend Kaz Nakata from United States. I know United States is hot topic right now, but originally I was born and raised in Japan. Then in order to share the Buddhist teachings, I moved to the US and still continue like a Japanese culture. How about your culture? I already smell the curry, which is great and also make me hungry. So Reverend in tradition may think, oh, he's maybe higher than me, but that's not. Reverend means show the most reverence and humble and to be a lifelong student. That's what I am. And today I'm wearing red robe that's only for the special occasions. The friends and brother and sister of Fresno Sikh temple asked me, why don't you wear the red robe? It looks cool. Okay, I don't know if that's disturbing or not, but I'm humbled to wear it. And today, everyone step on the red carpet. So the red is also showing the passion, love, humbleness, and novels. And also, kindness. So you are already walking on the kindness and love and humility and humbleness to come to this venue. So personally, I like to share my personal experience. How many of you love helping at the kitchen? Me too. Because 2 days ago, I flew into Italy from US. So the April 3rd, I came to Italy. But the second, the day before, I was in Fresno, California, United States, in the kitchen of the temple. Because the day was celebrating and honoring seniors. So from 5 a.m., I went to the kitchen of the temple and I start cutting all the vegetables. That's typical Japanese food. So I had no intention to feel like a work. Some people feel like, oh, I have to go to the temple to work. That's not. Just from the heart and love, my love, I like to just share. That's why I'm just directly go to the kitchen and picking up a knife and cutting a board and start chopping. That's so enjoyable, isn't it? I see the nodding. That's your body, okay? I think how we can share the love is not something you can override someone. Instead, you can share how you act. That's important. So sometimes people ask me, oh, Reverend Kaz, are you tired to helping people? Then I said, no, I really enjoying. That's like how you're enjoying serving like a food at the temple 24 hours, which is amazing. That is just one first step to sharing the love, not overriding love with someone else. I think that is a key to share the kindness and love and the humility without having any confrontation or conflict or confusions. You're just sharing it. Me too. I enjoy cutting food and vegetables and making a nice lunch box. We call bento in Japanese, bento box. That people enjoy eating and say, oh, thank you, Reverend Kaz. I really enjoy it. Some piece is chicken is burned. That's okay. Everyone enjoy. So I hope everyone will continue enjoy sharing your love. That's really important. Like today's topic is wave. Wave of humility, kindness, and love. So at the beginning, I asked you to do the heart shape. Then when you look at the wave is not just the one shape. There's a tiny particle of H2O is making a whole huge shape of wave. Just like us, brothers and sisters, each of your help and support at the temple by sharing the love, making a tiny particle of H2O, making like a huge, humongous size of wave. That is making sharing. So that's, I think, the true understanding of wave, of humility, and kindness and love go to all over the world. I know from different countries in Europe, and different countries of North Americans and South Americans, Oceania, Asians, all over the Sikh friends and families and brothers and sisters reside in chore in the everyday life. But the most important sharing and mission is how you shared a love with the smell of curry. So I hope everyone will continue sharing kindness, love, and humility by your own heart. not necessarily to consider tired or not tired, just to share. And there is one passage I can share. If you are not happy, how you can make other people happy? So once you fulfilled happiness and love, you can naturally share, just like a water fountain. The water comes after and after. That's how you can share the love and compassion and kindness and humility. In closing, I'd like to share the one with the passage, which is I just learned. So just share the quiet moment. Just as a tree bears fruits, so does the tree of consciousness. Its flower is a heart, nurturing the fruits of humility, kindness, and love. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your inspiring words. We will be having lunch after the next speaker, so we're all beginning to salivate a little bit here. It's with great joy that we welcome our next speaker. From Milan, the Self-Realization Fellowship, please a warm welcome for Danielle Alghisi. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Here?
Use the micro, and the moment you start to speak, you give us a sign.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody, dear brothers and sisters, wonderful souls. So, it has been said that I'm here on behalf of Self-Realization Fellowship. Just a few introductory words about the Self-Realization Fellowship. It's my privilege to be here and represent the message of Paramahansa Yogananda. As you may know, Paramahansa Yogananda is the author of a spiritual classic, the autobiography of a yogi, and he came to the West in 1920 when he was invited to attend the International Congress of Religious Liberals in Boston, Massachusetts. Paramahansa Yogananda was instructed by his venerable line of gurus to bring the ancient science of Kriya Yoga to the West. And it was for this purpose that he established Self-Realization Fellowship in the same year as his arrival to the US from his native India. Yogananda remained in the United States for more than 30 years until his passing in 1952, and played a pioneering role in making known India's age-old philosophy and science of yoga meditation. So the Self-Realization Fellowship teachings are rooted in the tradition of original Christianity and original yoga. They include specific techniques of meditation and embrace a whole philosophy of life. Central to Paramahansa Yogananda's Self-Realization Fellowship teachings are scientific methods of concentration and meditation, including the sacred spiritual science of Kriya Yoga. When I met these teachings in 1979, I was a young boy looking for meaning in life. And reading this book definitely changed my life for the better. And a year later, I started meditating according to the techniques taught by Self-Realization Fellowship. And this experience definitely changed my life. But what is Kriya Yoga? Kriya Yoga deals directly with energy and consciousness and enables one to perceive from the very beginning of one's efforts glimpses of the ultimate goal, conscious union with the inexhaustibly blissful spirit. The practice of Kriya Yoga reinforces and revitalizes subtle currents of life energy in the body, enabling the normal activities of heart and lungs to slow down naturally. And as a result, the consciousness is drawn to higher levels of perception, gradually bringing about an inner awakening more deeply satisfying than any of the experiences that the mind or the senses or the ordinary human emotions can give. Meditation enables the yogi to achieve a state of complete calmness and repose in which thoughts and feelings are stilled. In that deep quiet, the meditator can touch a level of joy and understanding impossible to achieve otherwise. Then we can commune with God within each one of us. But how can we bring peace, kindness, humility, and love to the world? In the words of Paramahansa Yogananda, the followers of God have bliss of peace. He finds peace who knows me as the infinite Lord of creation and as the good friend of all creatures, says the Bhagavad Gita. Paramahansa Yogananda has heed the voice of love within. Live love. Practice it within and without. Wherever you go, give love and understanding. Become like a flower whose fragrance overpowers the noxious vapors of jealousy, fear, and anger. Spread the fragrance of divine love and friendship to all with whom you come in contact. Where do we find this strength and inspiration? Follow the ways of God. Set a time apart each day to meditate on Him. When you commune with God, you shall feel toward everyone as toward your own. No one can ever make me feel He is not mine. All human beings are God's children, and He is my Father. The one thing that will help to eliminate world suffering more than money, houses, or any other material aid is to meditate and transmit to others the divine consciousness of God that we feel. And everything starts in our relationships, in our family at first. In family life, the test of spiritual existence is to remain always calm and understanding. If someone wants to fight, remain quiet. Can anyone keep up an argument if you don't talk back? If you are married and your spouse goes wrong, love him all the more. Pour kindness and love on the wrongdoer. If your love isn't understood, your loved one may leave you, but to the last day of life, he will remember that he is the one who wronged you. It is better to live in the hearts of those you love as one who loved them unconditionally, than to live in their memory as one who was hateful. And in friendship, when you have the impulse to befriend others, it is the presence of God that you feel. Friendship is a divine impulse. God is not satisfied to look after his human children only in the guise of parents and other relatives. He comes as friends to give us opportunities to express unconditional love from our hearts. When you love God, and when you see God in every soul, you cannot be mean. If someone behaves hurtfully toward you, think of the best ways to behave lovingly toward him. And if he still refuses to be considerate, remain withdrawn for a time. Keep your kindness locked up within, but let no demonstration of unkindness mar your behavior. One of the greatest victories over the little self is to be sure of your capacity to be always thoughtful and loving, to be secure in the knowledge that no one can make you act differently. Practice this. The entire Roman government couldn't have roused unkindness in Christ. Even for those who crucified him, he prayed, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The only way to conquer is by love. And where you cannot conquer, just be silent or get away and pray for him. That is the way you must love. If you practice this in your life, you will have peace beyond understanding. God is love. When you feel unconditional love for all, that is God. So, we have heard many inspiring words this morning. Where do we find the strength and the inspiration to put them in practice? Let's start from within. So, would you join me in a short meditation so that we can end up this morning and prepare ourselves for the food of the body with the food for our souls? Would you? Good. So please sit upright. Fine. Relax the body. Yes, just sit upright. It's not necessarily standing. Be seated, please, and sit distant from the chair. Okay? Okay. It's difficult meditating standing. So relax the body, close your eyes, and fix gently the gaze just in the point between your eyebrows, which is the site of the willpower and of the spiritual consciousness. Divine Spirit, bless our minds and let us feel your presence in us and all around us. Om Shanti. Amen. As I read this quotation from the metaphysical meditation of Paramahansa Yogananda, please meditate, dwell on it, and feel it. Can you see? So pause and feel the deep meaning of the words. My kingdom of love shall expand. I have loved my body more than anything else. That's why I'm identified with it and limited by it. With the love I've given to the body, I will love all those who love me.
Try to feel this. Think of these people one by one. Our family, our closest friends, all those people who have helped us. With the love I've given to the body, I will love all those who love me. With the expanded love of those who love me, I will love those who are mine. Let's feel in our heart the love of those who love me. And we take that love and let it flow out to all those who are ours. Everyone in our families, all of our friends and acquaintances. With the love for myself and the love of my own ones, I will love all strangers. We can visualize the love that we feel in our heart spreading out and touching every stranger we might meet over the day. Just let the love that we feel spread around to everyone we meet. No limits. I will use all my love to love those who don't love me as well as those who love me. Try to feel it. Meditate. Dwell on and feel this. I will bathe all souls in my unselfish love. I will bathe all souls in my unselfish love. In the sea of my love will swim my family members, my countrymen, all nations, and all beings. Shanti, Om, peace, Amen. Would you close with a prayer? Would you repeat after me, please? Divine Spirit, may thy love shine forever on the sanctuary of our devotion, and may we be able to awaken thy love in all hearts. Om Shanti, Amen.
Thank you so much for gracing us with your gentle presence. Thank you. We have an opportunity to feed our bodies now, having had a morning or afternoon or evening of feeding our souls. The food for the gentlemen is on this side. The food for the ladies is on this side. We have 25 minutes You will know that it's time to come back because you'll hear the orchestra, but we're going to be sharing an extremely beautiful and important film at 1:30. We'd also ask you to refrain from smoking at any point during this event. So if you're watching this online, this is a great opportunity to have a break, and we'll be back again at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please think about getting back to your seats. The music is not over, but we will resume in a few minutes. Please resume in a few minutes. Come back to your seats. Thank you. we are enjoying the music, let's get back to our seats. We will start the program again in a very few minutes. Please come back to your seats and enjoy the music with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful music of Italy. Now it's time to resume this afternoon the second section of our beautiful day, the wave of humility, kindness, and love. Please get back to your seats. We will start again in 1 minute.
Yes. Please, we would like to invite all the speakers to get back to their seats because we're gonna start again the second round of speakers. And please, all Sangat also, please, can you join us and get back to your seats?
So they can see you. It's better.
But no, it's good.
No, just say the next speaker is going to be Singh Sabir Singh, so please come to your seats. The podium. Where is she? She's on the stage. Oh. Can you call her? It's not working?
Please, we would like to invite you to get back to your seat. Our next speaker will be Singh Sahib Gyani Raghbir Singh Ji. So please join us and get back to your seats, please.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੀਟ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਆਪਣਾ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੰਥ ਦਾ ਹੀਰਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਯਾਨੀ ਰਘਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਤੇ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਸਪੀਕਰਸ ਵੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਜੀ If we could start the video.
Important is to have good thoughts always. Yeah.
You know, you're holding a cup of tea, and you cannot drink anything from that cup if it's empty, right? So if you want to share with someone, you have to fill actually your cup first.
When I was in Patagonia, I meet a lot of people, and I learn one of my very first word in Spanish was compartir. Okay, when we are in the hostel, and you never eat alone because always you find someone who shares food with you.
A single act of kindness throws out roots in all directions, and the roots spring up and make new trees.
True kindness and humility arise when we see every person as a reflection of ourselves.
In a world where you can be anything, be kind.
Everybody come out, let's do something good together.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Salaam alaikum. Ciao. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would love to say that I'm really grateful to be here today. So we were having lunch now outside in the sun with my friend Lynn and her daughter Sarah, who are from Syria, and my sister Amrit, who's from Ukraine. And we were just thanking God because He's so merciful and grateful, because He brought us here all together. I think we should really remember how blessed we are to be here today. In a world where we are trying to divide us every day, we are here all together, no matter where we are from, to share this beautiful wave of love, kindness, and humility. And it's a great honor for me to introduce Singh Sahib Gyani Raghbir Singh Ji, the former ordained Jatidar of Sri Akal Takht Sahib, Amritsar, India, the highest Sikh throne of authority, a position he holds. He is also the head of Grantee of Sri Harminder Sahib, the Golden Temple in Amritsar, India, the holiest and most revered site in Sikhism. Sikhi, founded by Guru Nanak in the 15th century, emphasizes that God is one, meaning everything is God, formless and eternal. Its core principles include meditation on God, honest work, and selfless service. Teachings of the 10th Guru and further divine poetry compiled, the Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So please welcome now Singh Sahib Gyani Raghbir Singh Ji.
ਗਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਕਿਛ ਕਰਮ ਨ ਜਾਣਾ, ਸਾਰ ਨ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇਰੀ, ਸਭ ਤੇ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ, ਜਿਨ ਕਲ ਰਾਖੀ ਮੇਰੀ। ਸੁਣੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਸੁਆਮੀ ਮੇਰਾ, ਸਰਬ ਕਲਾ ਬਣ ਆਈ, ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਭਈ ਸਗਲੇ ਜੁਗ ਅੰਤਰ, ਗੁਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਕੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜੋ ਅੱਜ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ, ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਫਲਸਫੇ ਨੂੰ, ਜੋ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਾਵਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਆਪਣੇ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਅੱਜ ਉਸ ਫਲਸਫੇ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਲੋਕਾਈ ਨੂੰ, ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯਤਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਸਮਾਗਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਾਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਮਹਿਮਾਨ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਫਤਿਹ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਅਦਬ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਸਹਿਤ ਬੁਲਾਓ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ
ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਮੰਤਰ ਦਾ ਜਾਪ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਦਾਸ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਂਝ ਪਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਯਤਨ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੋ, ਇਕਾਗਰਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ ਔਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਮੰਤਰ ਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਜਾਪ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰੀਏ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਰੂਪ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਿਆਰੀ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀਓ, ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਬਚਨ ਹੈ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਪ੍ਰਗਟਿਆ ਮਿੱਠੀ ਧੁੰਦ ਜਗ ਚਾਨਣ ਹੋਵਾ, ਜਿਉਂ ਕਰ ਸੂਰਜ ਨਿਕਲਿਆ ਤਾਰੇ ਛਪੇ ਅੰਧੇਰ ਪਲੋਆ। ਜਦ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਇਸ ਮਾਤ ਲੋਕ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋਏ, ਉਸ ਵਕਤ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਧੁੰਦ ਛਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਦਾ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਛਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, ਜੇਕਰ ਦਿਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਧੁੰਦ ਛਾਈ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹ ਇੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਗਹਿਰੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸੂਰਜ ਚੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਛੱਟਦੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਸਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਸੂਰਜ ਨਾ ਚੜ੍ਹੇ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਧੁੰਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੌਸਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਦੀ ਧੁੰਦ ਹੈ, ਅਗਿਆਨਤਾ ਦਾ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੇਵਲ ਗਿਆਨ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੀ ਦੂਰ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਕੇਵਲ ਗਿਆਨ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼। ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਅਵਤਰਨ ਹੋਇਆ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋਏ, ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ, ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਔਰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਧੁੰਦ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਗਹਿਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਛਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਾਵਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਚਨ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਕਲ ਕਾਤੀ ਰਾਜੇ ਕਾ ਸਾਈ, ਧਰਮ ਪੰਖ ਕਰ ਉੱਡਰਿਆ, ਕੂੜ ਅਮਾਵਸ ਸੱਚ ਚੰਦਰਮਾ, ਦੀਸੈ ਨਾਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਚੜ੍ਹਿਆ, ਹਉ ਭਾਲ ਵਿਕੁੰਨੀ ਹੋਈ, ਆਧੇਰੈ ਰਾਹੋ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ। ਰਾਜੇ ਕਸਾਈ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸਨ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਆਗੂ ਸਨ, ਉਹ ਰਿਸ਼ਵਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਫੈਸਲੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ। ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ, ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਔਰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੰਧੇਰਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਲੋਕਾਈ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਛਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋਏ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਲੋਕਾਈ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਬਚਨ ਹੈ, ਚੜ੍ਹਿਆ ਸੋਧਣ ਧਰਤ ਲੋਕਾਈ, ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਲੋਕਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਦਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਸੁਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਲੋਕਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਦਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਲੋਕਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦਾ ਰਾਹ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸਰਵਣ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਜੋ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਧਰਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਇਟਲੀ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਬਚਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਵੀ ਮਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਜਾਵਾਂ, ਮੇਰਾ ਵੀ ਮਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ, ਮੰਦਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਾਂ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੱਕੋ ਸੰਗਤ ਤੇ ਇੱਕੋ ਪੰਗਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜੋ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੰਗਤ ਹੈ, ਪੰਗਤ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਵੱਡਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਛੋਟਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਉੱਚਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਨੀਵਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਗਰੀਬ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਅਮੀਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਔਰ ਇੱਕੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਪੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਠਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜੋ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚਾਦਰ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਲਵੱਕੜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਫੈਲਾਈ, ਉਹ ਗਲਵੱਕੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਪੇਟਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੋ ਚਾਦਰ ਹੈ। ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਤ ਪਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਤ ਪਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਅਰੰਭਤਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪਿਆਰ ਨੂੰ ਅਤੇ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰ ਦੇਵਾਂ। ਹਲੇਮੀ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ, ਅਤੇ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਪਿਆਰ। ਹੁਣੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਖਾਂ ਨੇ, ਸੰਤ ਬਾਬਾ ਬਲਦੇਵ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਟੇਜ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਪਤਵੰਤਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕੀਤੀ। ਸਟੇਜ 'ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਇਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਟੇਜ 'ਤੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਿਆ, ਆਪ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਿਆ। ਇਹ ਹੈ ਹਲੇਮੀ। ਜਿਸ ਹਲੇਮੀ ਦੇ ਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨੇ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹੋ ਹੋਵਾ ਹਲੇਮੀ ਰਾਜ ਜੀਓ, ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਦਾ ਰਾਜ, ਹਲੇਮੀ ਦਾ ਰਾਜ। ਅਤੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਹਲੇਮੀ ਦਾ ਰਾਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗੀ, ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ, ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਪੈਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ। ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਜੇਕਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਹੋਊਗੀ। ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਉਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਹਲੇਮੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ। ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਬਚਨ ਹੈ, ਕਬੀਰਾ ਜਹਾਂ ਗਿਆਨ ਤਹਿ ਧਰਮ ਹੈ, ਜਹਾਂ ਝੂਠ ਤਹਿ ਪਾਪ, ਜਹਾਂ ਲੋਭ ਤਹਿ ਕਾਲ ਹੈ, ਜਹਾਂ ਖੀਮਾ ਤਹਿ ਆਪ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਧਰਮ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਝੂਠ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਾਪ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲੋਭ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਾਲ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਖਿਮਾ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਆਪ ਹੈ। ਜਹਾਂ ਖੀਮਾ ਤਹਿ ਆਪ। ਔਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਨਾਮ ਹੀ, ਜੇਕਰ ਨਾਮ ਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਰਥ ਕਰੀਏ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਬਣਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਲਾਵੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਖੁਦ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦਾ ਰੂਪ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਸਾਰ 'ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋਏ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਅੱਖਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨੰਨਾ, ਨੰਨੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੰਨਾ, ਅੱਗੇ ਫੇਰ ਨੰਨਾ, ਅਤੇ ਨੰਨੇ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਫੇਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੱਕਾ। ਨੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਨਿਆਮਤਾਂ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲਾ, ਤੇ ਨਿਆਮਤਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਦਾਤਾਂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨਿਆਮਤਾਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਦਾਤਾਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ। ਅੱਗੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਕੰਨਾ, ਕੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ, ਮਤਲਬ ਅਲਫ, ਅਲਫ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ, ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਨੇ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਜੋਤ ਜਾਣਿਆ। ਦੂਜੇ ਨੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਨਸੀਰ, ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ। ਤੇ ਤੀਜੇ ਕੱਕੇ ਅੱਖਰ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੈ ਕਬੀਰ, ਤੇ ਕਬੀਰ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ। ਗਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਕਿਛ ਕਰਮ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਾ, ਸਾਰ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇਰੀ, ਸਭ ਤੇ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਕਲ ਰਾਖੀ ਮੇਰੀ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਵੀ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਭਰਮਣ ਕੀਤਾ। ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁ ਜ਼ੁਲਮੀ ਰਾਜੇ ਸਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਠੱਗਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਜਣ ਬਣਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਚੋਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਾਈ ਬਣਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਜ਼ਾਲਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਬਣਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉੱਥੇ ਜਦ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਬਗਦਾਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਏ, ਕਬਰਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡੇਰਾ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਨ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਬਸਤੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਜਾਇਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ। ਅਕਸਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਸ਼ਮਸ਼ਾਨ ਘਾਟ ਤੇ ਕਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਠਹਿਰਿਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਿਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਸਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਜੜਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਬਰ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਮਸ਼ਾਨ ਭੂਮੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਉਜੜਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਵਸਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਥਾਂ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਕਬਰਸਤਾਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਨ, ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਦੇ, ਖਜੂਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੰਡਣਾ। ਭਾਈ ਮਰਦਾਨਾ ਬਾਲਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਤ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਨਾ, ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਬੀਬੀ ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਉਹ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਰਵਣ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਕਰਦੀ ਸੀ। ਬੁਰਕਾ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਆ ਜਾਣਾ, ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਰਵਣ ਕਰਨਾ। ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਪਤੀ, ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਯਾਹਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਮ, ਉਹ ਅਕਸਰ ਹੀ ਵਪਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਥਾਵਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਉਹ ਮਿਸਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਪਾਰ ਦੇ ਸਿਲਸਿਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆ। ਬੀਬੀ ਸਲੀਮਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਰਵਣ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬੈਠੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਸ਼ਾਮ ਪੈ ਗਈ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੀਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਬੁਲਾ ਕੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਬੇਟਾ ਜਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਚਲੀ ਜਾ, ਤੇਰਾ ਪਤੀ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਬੀਬੀ ਨੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਮਸਤਕ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਿਆ, ਔਰ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੱਥਾ ਸਪਰਸ਼ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਕਪਾਟ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਗਏ। ਆਲ ਪਤਾਲ ਦੀ, ਖੰਡਾਂ ਬ੍ਰਹਿਮੰਡਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੋਝੀ ਮਿਲ ਗਈ। ਤੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੇ, ਬੇਟਾ ਇਹ ਅਜਰ ਵਸਤੂ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜਰਨਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਸਲੀਮਾ ਘਰ ਗਈ ਤੇ ਘਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਪਤੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣਾ ਸੀ। ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੰਨ ਭਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਕਿ ਤੇਰੇ ਘਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਫਕੀਰ ਦਾ, ਹਿੰਦੂ ਪੀਰ ਦਾ ਕਲਾਮ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪਤੀ ਘਰ ਪਹੁੰਚਾ, ਸਲੀਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਸਲੀਮਾ ਨੇ ਹਾਲ ਚਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਹਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਦੱਸੂਗਾ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਪੀਰ ਦਾ ਕਲਾਮ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਲੀਮਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਦੱਸਾਂਗੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਮਿਸਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਤਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਹਦਾ ਕੀ ਬਣਿਆ। ਯਾਹਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਮ, ਉਹਦਾ ਪਤੀ, ਬੜਾ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਕਤਲ ਹੋਇਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਥੈਲੀ ਮੋਹਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ? ਉਹ ਹੋਰ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ। ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਾਉਣ ਲੱਗਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਮਿਸਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਊਠ ਇੱਕ ਅੰਗੂਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਛੱਡਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਆਰਾਮ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ। ਮੇਰੇ ਊਠ ਨੇ ਅੰਗੂਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਗ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਉਜਾੜ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਬਾਗ ਦਾ ਮਾਲਕ ਆਇਆ, ਉਹਨੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੱਥਰ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ, ਉਹਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਊਠ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਰਿਆ, ਉਹਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹੀ ਪੱਥਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਗੁੱਸਾ ਚੜਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਮਾਲਕ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਮਿਸਰ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਵਾਲਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਔਰ ਜਾਨ ਦੇ ਬਦਲੇ ਜਾਨ ਜਾਂ ਜਾਨ ਦੇ ਬਦਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਪੈਸੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਫ ਕਰ ਦੇਣ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਵਾਜ ਸੀ, ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਗਿਆ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੂੰ ਜਿਸ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਵੇਂ, ਮੋਹਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੇਵੇਂ, ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਪਰ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ 'ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੌਣ ਚੁੱਕੇਗਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤਦ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਏ, ਮੇਰੇ ਮੋਢੇ 'ਤੇ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਚਲਿਆ ਜਾ, ਜਾ ਕੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਲਾਇਆ, ਤੇਰੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ 'ਤੇ ਹਵਾਲਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਬੈਠਾਂਗਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਇਆ, ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਉਹ ਪੈਸੇ ਲਏ, ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਖਲਾਸੀ ਹੋਈ। ਪਰ ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਉਹ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਗਿਆ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਕੌਣ ਸੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਤੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਪੀਰ ਦਾ ਕਲਾਮ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਾਨੀ ਹੈ। ਸਲੀਮਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲੋ, ਇਹਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਪੀਰ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੀ। ਸਲੀਮਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੇ ਯਾਹਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਉਹਦਾ ਪਤੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ। ਸਲੀਮਾ ਨੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਿਆ। ਯਾਹਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਖਲੋਤਾ ਹੈ। ਸਲੀਮਾ ਨੇ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਯਾਹਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਮ, ਆਓ ਆ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕੋ। ਜਿਸ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਪੀਰ ਦਾ ਕਲਾਮ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਉਣੀ ਆ, ਉਹ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਪੀਰ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹ ਇਹੋ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਉਹ ਯਾਹਿਆ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਤਨੀ, ਆਪਣੀ ਬੇਗਮ ਸਲੀਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗਾ, ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਜਿਸ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਨੇ ਹਵਾਲਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਥਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਗਵਾਹੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਥਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨਤ ਭਰੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਥਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਹਵਾਲਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਸਲੀਮਾ, ਉਹ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਬਾਬਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰਮੁਖੋ, ਉਹ ਕਬੀਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਨਿਆਮਤਾਂ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਪਿਆਰ ਵੰਡਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਵੰਡਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹੀਏ, ਥਾਂ ਥਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਾਵਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਹੋ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਭ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਹੈ, ਸਭ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਹੈ, ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਬਿਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ। ਸਭ ਮਹਿ ਜੋਤ, ਜੋਤ ਹੈ ਸੋਏ, ਤਿਸ ਦੈ ਚਾਨਣ, ਸਭ ਮਹਿ ਚਾਨਣ ਹੋਏ। ਏਕ ਪਿਤਾ ਏਕ ਸਕੇ ਹਮ ਬਾਰਿਕ, ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਗੁਰ ਹਾਈ। ਸੁਣ ਮੀਤਾ ਜੀਓ ਹਮਾਰਾ, ਬਲ ਬਲ ਜਾਸੀ, ਹਰ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਹੋ ਦਿਖਾਈ। ਸਭ ਕੋ ਮੀਤ ਹਮ ਆਪਨ ਕੀਨਾ, ਹਮ ਸਭ ਨਾ ਕੇ ਸਾਜਨ। ਨਾ ਕੋ ਬੈਰੀ ਨਾਹੇ ਬੇਗਾਨਾ, ਸਗਲ ਸੰਗ ਹਮ ਕੋ ਬਨ ਆਈ। ਕੋਈ ਬੋਲੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਮ, ਕੋਈ ਖੁਦਾਏ, ਕੋਈ ਸੇਵੈ ਗੁਸਈਆਂ, ਕੋਈ ਅੱਲਾਹੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਕਰੀਮ, ਕਿਰਪਾ ਧਾਰ ਰਹੀਮ। ਧੰਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਤ ਪਾਈ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਤ ਪਾਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜੋ ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਹਿਰ, ਜੋ ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਲਹਿਰ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਰੰਭ ਹੋਈ। ਉਹ ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਲਹਿਰ, ਉਹ ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਹਿਰ ਅੱਜ ਯੂਰਪ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਮੁਲਕ ਇਟਲੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਰਮਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੁੜ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ, ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਫਲਸਫੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਵਣ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਾਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੀ, ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਦੀ, ਹਲੇਮੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਂਝ ਵਧਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪ ਜੁੜ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਭ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਮਿਹਰ ਕਰਨ। ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਫੈਲੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਹਿੰਸਾ ਫੈਲੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਲੂਟ ਪਾਟ ਫੈਲੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਮਿਹਰ ਕਰਨ। ਜਗਤ ਜਲੰਦਾ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਧਾਰ, ਜਿਤ ਦੁਆਰੇ ਉਪਰੈ ਤਿਤੈ ਲਿਹੋ ਉਬਾਰ, ਕਲ ਤਾਰਨ ਗੁਰ ਨਾਨਕ ਆਇਆ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸੜਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੀਤਲਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਭਟਕੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਦਾ ਰਾਹ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਨਫ਼ਰਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਿਸ ਰਹੇ, ਨਫ਼ਰਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਰਸੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਦਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਹਲੇਮੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ। ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼, ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਜੋ ਫਲਸਫਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਧਾਰਨੀ ਹੋਈਏ, ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਲੇਮੀ ਨੂੰ, ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਨੂੰ, ਪਿਆਰ ਨੂੰ ਧਾਰਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਧੰਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੈਲਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਯਤਨ ਕਰੀਏ। ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਬਚਨ ਹੈ, ਮਾਰਿਆ ਸਿੱਕਾ ਜਗਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਿਰਮਲ ਪੰਥ ਚਲਾਇਆ। ਇਸੇ ਲਈ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਪਾਸੋਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਲਿਖਵਾ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਿਖੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਕੇਰ ਸਰੀਰ ਜਾਓ, ਸਭ ਥਾਨ ਸਮੈ ਸਭ ਨਹਿ ਦਰਸੈ ਹੈ, ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਹਿਰਦਾ ਗੁਰ ਕਾ ਇਹ ਜਾਨੋ, ਉੱਤਮ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਕਾਲ ਰਹਿ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰੇ ਸਰੂਪ ਤੇ ਜਾਤੇ ਹੈ ਦੀਰਘ, ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਾਨ ਅਦਾਏ ਬਦੈ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਲਈ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਪਾਵਨ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਲਿਖਵਾਈ ਔਰ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉੱਥੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਅਸਥਾਨ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਸਰੂਪ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ਮਾਨ ਨੇ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਗਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਦੁੱਖ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ। ਉਸ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ, ਸੱਚ ਦੇ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ, ਹਲੇਮੀ ਨੂੰ, ਮੁਹੱਬਤ, ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਨੂੰ, ਪਿਆਰ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੱਲਾ ਕੱਲਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਕ ਬਣੇ। ਔਰ ਜੋ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਖਾਂ ਨੇ 2-3 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬਰਿਓ ਚਿਰਾਗ ਅੰਧਿਆਰ ਮਹਿ, ਸਭ ਕਾਲ ਉਧਰੀ ਇੱਕ ਨਾਮ ਧਰਮ, ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਸਗਲ ਹਰ ਭਵਨ ਮਹਿ, ਜਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ, ਇਹ ਜੋ ਲਹਿਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਲਹਿਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੈਲਾ ਕੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕਰੀਏ, ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਕ ਬਣੀਏ। ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਭਗਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਭੱਟਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਔਰ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੁਲਦਸਤਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਬਣਾਇਆ, ਜੋ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁਸ਼ਬੂ ਫੈਲਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਿਆਰ ਦੀ ਖੁਸ਼ਬੂ ਫੈਲਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਗੁਲਦਸਤੇ ਵਾਂਗ ਇਹ ਜੋ ਮਹਿਮਾਨ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਫਲਸਫੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੋ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਲਵਲੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਨੇ। ਦਾਸ ਦੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਕਰਨੀ। ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਸੁਲਤਾਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, ਸਾਬਕਾ ਜਥੇਦਾਰ ਤਖ਼ਤ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਕੇਸਗੜ੍ਹ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਔਰ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਮੰਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਕਰਨੀ। ਭੁੱਲਾਂ ਚੁੱਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਆਫੀ। ਸਭ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was asked to do the very humbling task of translating into English the words of our revered Singh Sahib, Gyani Raghbir Singh Ji. For those who are unfamiliar of the Sikh tradition, just like we're in Rome and the Catholic Church has the Pope as the head, in the Sikh tradition we have 5 seats, 5 thrones that form the head of the spiritual and Sikh traditions. And Gyani Raghbir Singh Ji was the Singh Sahib which is called a Jatadar, the head chief sitting on that throne of the Golden Temple. And the person who was next to him, Singh Sahib Gyani Sultan Singh Ji, was also one of those head chief from another one of our head thrones, Sri Keshkar Sahib Ji. So this is a big honor for us as Sikhs to be in their presence. It would just be very much as the Catholics would be in the presence of Pope Francis. And now you know how difficult my task is. I'd like Bikramjit to stand next to me, just as Gyani Ji had Gyani Sultan Singh Ji next to him. So my name is Arvind Singh. I'm a lawyer from Michigan, and this is Bikramjit Singh, a lawyer from India, so I feel like I have good support. Singh Sahib Gyani Raghbir Singh Ji started, he's such a flowering poet actually of an order. He says points and emphasizes them with lines of poetry and verse that are from the Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And then he also gives the history. So I'm going to summarize. I'm not going to go exactly word by word. And I hope that if I've made any mistakes, they're purely my own. So he began by saying that you must focus your mind and your heart on that one God. You must surrender this mind, this ego, in order for you to feel that. When he started with Gyan, Dhyan, Karishmish. And then he said there are many people from all over the world here today. And it is such a blessing and honor to be before you. And it's such a blessing that you're all here together. And then he greeted us with the traditional Sikh greeting, which means that the pure ones, the pure souls, are all one with the wondrous Creator Divine. That all glory is God's. That is what Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh means. And then Gyani Ji, Singh Sahib Ji, started speaking of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, our first Sikh Guru, and explained where they were from and in what conditions of that time of India they were born, which was a big, dark fog on society, and that this presence of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji brought a light to the whole world, a sweetness to the whole world, because of the revelations that they taught. At that time, society was unliberated by the dogma of inequality due to caste, due to gender, due to different religions. And the people with power, the kings, they were like demons who were pressing down on the common folk. And Guru Nanak simply went everywhere and sang the hymns of truth in order to uplift humanity in exactly what we're doing today. But they did it with song, which we call Gurbani, and he was accompanied by Mardana. And Singh Sahib further started talking about the travels of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. We call them Udasis. Guru Nanak Dev Ji, for 70 years, traveled on foot throughout the world. And although Singh Sahib didn't say it, including Rome and the Pope. And they talked about his travels to Baghdad, to Baghdad, Iraq, and how they were so humble they would just stay wherever they could, including many times in cemeteries. And in those cemeteries, they would serve people, feed people. They would sing and uplift people with Bhai Mardana to their side. And people would follow them and become entranced and liberated that they understood that they were just seekers of truth and their hearts were opening. They no longer identified with religion. They no longer identified as us and them. They identified they were all one humanity from one creation. And Singh Sahib then went on to talk about their travels to Egypt, in which they were singing, and every day a young woman would come. Her name was Salima. And they would listen to the orations and the songs of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. And she was so touched. One day, Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, "You need to go home. Your husband is coming." And she bowed her head and she touched Guru Nanak Dev Ji's feet. And at that moment, she had a full revelation. And it was profound and deep. And she lost her ego. She surrendered and her heart was fully open. And she goes home. And her husband comes and questions her, "Have you gone again to see that Hindu, that Peer," which means like a teacher, in a bad way? And she said, "Why don't you first tell me about the murder that you committed?" And the husband was shocked. How could she know that I have committed murder? I wasn't with her. I've been away in a different town on business. And so he began to tell the story of how there was an altercation with his boss and the boss of the person they were doing business, and how one man picked up a rock and struck the other man and killed him. And in that tussle, he picked up the rock and struck that man, and it killed him. And then the authorities came, the police, and they arrested him, and they heard his story. And they said, "Well, this was okay, one life for another life, but you owe the families, and so you must pay them with gold or money, and only then will you have your freedom." And so they put him in jail, and he says, "Well, how can I do this?" They said, "We don't know. Find somebody to put in your place and hold your spot in jail, and we'll allow you to go home and get some money." And all of a sudden, an elderly man touched his knee and said, "I'll sit here for you. You go ahead." He was a free man, an old man. He said, "Don't worry, son, you go. You have a family. You have a lot of responsibilities. You must take care of this problem. Go get the money together. Until that time, I'll sit here in jail for you, in your place. He didn't recognize the person, didn't know who it was. He quickly took the offer and ran home. His wife was not home yet. He gathered all the riches he could and ran back to the jail. And he bought his freedom. And he didn't know who this old man was. And then the old man was gone before he knew it. And it's perplexed him. So he told his wife this story. She said, "Thank you for telling me what happened. I'll introduce you to this person I see that you're questioning me about. Rather than answer who he is, please meet him." So he agreed. And the next day, they went to go meet Baba Nanak Dev Ji. And I think the story becomes obvious now that that was the man who took her husband's place. So he too became a follower. He was touched. And in this way, Guru Nanak Dev Ji traveled throughout the whole world. And Singh Sahib Ji gives the example that the whole world was caught with anger. Their souls were folded in hate. People did not get along or respect one another. And they gave the example excuse me. Right. They gave the example of Babaji. And they explained that this wave of humility, kindness, and love, and they broke down the words that humility's real meaning is that of pure humbleness. And that's what you witnessed with Babaji as they greeted you by bowing down to the Sangat, the people sitting here today. I apologize for my emotion. And they gave the example of what is love? What is mohabbat? They said pyar, but what does that really mean? Love is that unconditional giving. That's all it is. So without getting too more emotional and further into this, they said that seva in all these places, selfless service, giving of yourself, helps bring these into you, the humility, the love. So you can have humility, kindness, and love replace all the hate in the world. And that the Sikhs have gone all over the world, the learners of this Guru Nanak Dev Ji, like they're here in Italy, in America, Canada, India, everywhere. And they have built places of worship and where they study Gurbani. But they've made one big mistake. They haven't shared it. So they asked us to share it because we're all human. And when will we change? Guru Nanak Dev Ji changed society. And we have that opportunity. So he said to the Sikhs here, please do your duty. लेर जेरे हले मियां मोहब्बत दा शुरू होया सी हरमंदिर साहब हम प्रगट करना this wave that started from the seat of the soul of the golden temple of humility, kindness, and love needs to spread. And that's what you, each of you here, are feeling and have the opportunity to do. बोलना चुका ना माफ वाहिगुरु जी का
Waheguruji. After this very emotional moment, I would love to share with you a few lines before introducing our next speaker of a poem from Hallaj, who was a Persian Sufi mystic. علمتني المحبة أن أختفي حتى لا يبقى إلا الحبيب في كل نفس أذوب حتى تهمس الصمت باسمه. Love taught me to vanish, so only the beloved remains. In every breath, I disappear until even silence whispers his name. It's a great honor to introduce now our next speaker, Imam Sheikh Abdel Hamid Seidawi, member of the Council of Moroccan Ulama in Europe, president of the Adawa Volunteers Association in Rome, Italy, and is currently serving the greatest mosque of Rome, Masjid Rome Al-Kabir, the biggest of its kind in Europe. Shukran.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Pace su tutti voi. Chiedo Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala che mi illumina a dire delle parole sagge. Non ho preparato niente. Sono venuto qui davanti a voi e sono vuoto. Non ho scritto niente, ma voglio aspirarmi le buone parole di voi, di questo ambiente dove regna la pace e si sente. Questa è un'energia positiva E se vede su questo locale, che d'abitudine questo locale c'ha tanti movimenti, tante parole, che non servono neanche. Ma adesso, dentro questo locale, e sentiamo che siamo veramente sinceri tra di noi, perché fratelli e sorelle, dico bene, fratelli e sorelle, perché siamo fratelli e sorelle? Vogliamo o non vogliamo? Perché facciamo parte dello stesso padre e la stessa madre, Adam e Eva, la razza umana, l'umanità. Questa è la cosa più importante. Allah ha creato noi della razza umana, la razza più letta dal creatore. Allah, quando pronunci questa parola, creatore, che ha creato tutto, ma di niente, è lui che ha creato da una cosa che non si può creare, Big Bang, una grande esplosione. Ha creato l'universo. Questo universo ha 13.000 anni, 827 milioni. La razza umana ha preso di questo tempo solo 6.000 anni. E voi umani? La generazione dell'umano ha preso di 13.827 milioni d'anni solo 6.000 anni e ha cominciato a dire io posso, faccio. E il Signore quanto ha fatto, ma non ha detto mai che ha fatto. E ha dato tutta la possibilità per dare la vita all'umano, a procurare di tutto quello che c'è intorno, a impadronirci di tutto. Fratelli e sorelle, la diversità è obbligatoria, siamo diversi. Ma questo diversa Allah l'ha voluto, perché? Perché l'unico che è unico è Dio, è il creatore, è unico e non si cambia mai. È Lui che regna su questo universo. Ma io e te siamo diversi e Allah ha voluto così. La diversità è oltre di Lui. Noi siamo diversi e dobbiamo essere diversi. E questo è il bello, diversità. Ma posso parlare, posso dialogare, posso capire, posso rispettare. E il bene e la pace ce l'abbiamo dentro di noi. Ma comincia con un sorriso, poi la parola, poi il rispetto, poi l'amore eterno. Sorriso, buona parola e rispetto, viene per forza l'amore. Noi crediamo che siamo in conflitto, ognuno vuole dire la sua, sono io, tutti quanti. Fino a che è arrivato questo, dentro la famiglia, tra marito e moglie, stanno in conflitto. Normalmente perché non sappiamo che siamo. Io sono nulla, lei è niente, ma insieme possiamo fare qualcosa. Lei completa me, io completo lei, il maschio completa la femmina completa l'uomo. Insieme sono la forza all'inizio di questa umanità, perché dopodiché viene la famiglia, viene il patrimonio, viene il bene, viene il male. Fratelli e sorelle, prima di tutto se vi chiedo chi siete o chi sei, ognuno comincia a dirmi nome suo, la razza sua, il paese suo, vi dico è sbagliato. Se sei capace di dirmi sono umano, allora sei qualcuno. Dobbiamo capire, quando chi sono io sono umano. Non sono il musulmano, non sono il cristiano, non sono io sono umano. Vuol dire, posso andare d'accordo con tutti quanti, con rispetto e l'amore. Ma la fede è individuale, la fede è mia, una cosa interna mia. Ma verso l'altro io sono obbligatorio di rispettarlo, di dargli la possibilità di vivere, di capire, di volere, aiutare il prossimo, aiutare anche quello lontano. Guarda, fratelli e sorelle, quanti umani sono morti senza nessuna colpa questi ultimi anni. Quanti milioni di umani sono morti e non sapevano anche perché. La colpa è mia. La colpa è mia. Ognuno di noi deve dire così. Si succede questo problema a questo mondo perché la colpa è mia, non ho potuto capire chi sono, perché sono qui, dove vado dopo questa vita che Allah, Dio, ha creato, mi ha dato tutta la possibilità per vivere felici dentro questo mondo. Tutto quello che ho bisogno, Dio me l'ha dato. Per questo qua noi dobbiamo anche forzare di proteggere il bene, parlare del bene, cercare di mandare via l'energia negativa. E il capo dell'energia negativa è Satana. Non lo dimentichiamo, questo è il nostro nemico, Satana, nostro nemico. Ma non siamo nemici noi, tra di noi. Per questo qua dobbiamo credere. Prima ho sentito che tanto di noi dici, ma perché questa riunione, questo inizio di questa onda a Parma? L'ha detto pure il primo cittadino di questa città, sindaco di città. Ma perché a Parma? E questa parola a me l'ho cercata dentro me stesso. Ma ricordate che questo Parma legata col latte, Parmalat. La purezza del latte. Ecco perché può darsi che inizia questa onda di Parma, perché Parma è sempre legata con questa purezza e chiarezza del latte. Speriamo del fondo del cuore che sarà un'onda di bene che non finisce fino al giorno del giudizio. Fratelli e sorelle, cerchiamo di fare il bene. È la felicità totale. Se tu aiutare un bisognoso, una bocca che ha fame, una persona cieca che vuole attraversare e non c'è nessuno che li guida. Se tu dai la mano a questa persona o copri uno che non ha i vestiti, o aiutare un orfano, o aiutare un signore, un anziano, un'anziana, aiutare una famiglia, queste sono le cose che rimangono con te. Qui in questo mondo Dio aiuta a noi e dà la felicità se siamo in comune, se siamo tutti insieme e cerchiamo il benessere. Ma se ognuno cerca il benessere dentro il materiale, lasciamo questo mondo e non abbiamo portato niente con noi. Il giorno del giudizio arriva, cerchiamo che Allah, Dio clemente, il misericordioso, accetta da noi questa seduta di pace, questa voglia di pace, e porta con la sua grazia, lo può fare entrare noi al paradiso creiamo il paradiso in questo mondo e chiediamo al Signore che offra il paradiso dell'aldilà. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with us, Sheikh Imam. I am very joyful now to welcome again Professor Roberto Catalano. And we know we are a little bit behind the time schedule, so we will look after it to be in time so you get to the next break. Thank you for your open hearts and your open spirits.
I hope you can hear me. Is it clear? Yeah. So let me start this short reflection by thanking Babaji and all his immediate followers for this invitation, which fills me with amazement and joy. Allow me to initiate with a personal note. The moments we are living here today together unavoidably take me back to about 25 years ago, when I had the privilege to visit the Golden Temple in the holy city of Amritsar. It was a spiritually awesome experience which left me without words. I traveled from Jalandhar to Amritsar with the then Jethedar and several members of the Akali Takht, and it was greatly enjoyed their company and friendship during the motor drive. Yet when I entered the temple compound and I could catch a glimpse of the temple, I was humbled and fascinated by its beauty. A deep sense of joy almost instantly entered into my being. I spent 2 days in the compound visiting every nook and corner, accompanied by members of the community who helped me to enter into the depths of the Sikh religion. I shared with them also the pain and suffering for what the Sikh community had experienced just a few years earlier due to instrumentalization of religion by politics. In all, I have to admit that in those 2 days, I had lived some of the most spiritual moments of my life and developed precious relationships across our 2 religions. The experience further developed a couple of years later when I attended a conference at Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar, and I had the unique privilege to celebrate the holy feast of Diwali at the Golden Temple. Only those who had the fortune to have such an experience can understand the feelings that one may have in being in a crowd with throngs the whole place, and on top of the pool keeping thousands of diyas lit in their hands while chanting holy hymns. The holy vibrations which fill the atmosphere and resonate all over bring all those who are present on a different level of experience. One can really touch God's presence in the midst of his children. This was what I felt in the very depth of my being. This is exactly the experience I wish for every human being to live, to experience that we are all, irrespective of our ethnicities, genders, proveniences, cultures, languages, and religions, we are all God's children. He is the one Father of all of us, and as a consequence, we are all brothers and sisters. This was the experience of Guru Nanak, who had a remarkable and transformative encounter with God. One day, we know Nanak went to bathe in a river, accompanied by a friend, and mysteriously disappeared. And his frantic friend, after several attempts to rescue him, returned to Sultanpur with the dreadful news and the clothes of Nanak had left on the bank. 3 days later, however, Nanak reappeared. He emerged from the water, and his first words, as you know very well, were, "There is neither Hindu nor Muslim." He went on to articulate that God was neither Hindu nor Muslim, and so he, Nanak, would choose to follow God's path. Guru Nanak Ji described this mystical encounter with God in one of his hymns. He was taken to the court of God and given a cup of divine nectar called Amrit to drink. This nectar bestowed the gift of God's name upon him, and he was changed by God with the preaching of the divine name. Nanak indicated to all people, whether rich or poor, women or men, kings or peasants, can approach God equally. In one of his hymns, he sings, "The lowest among the low castes, lower than the lowest, Nanak is with them. He envies not those with worldly greatness. Lord, the glance of grace falls on the hand where the humble are cherished." God has given humanity many prophets like Nanak, and they have been present in many moments of human history and in different cultures and religions. In this regard, Christianity has a very long and rich tradition of prophets, men and women, who have proclaimed the existence of one God and the fact that we are all his children, called to live as one big worldwide family. This was the sense of Jesus' prayer when, before approaching his death, which we are going soon to remember during the Holy Week and the Easter celebration, prayed his Father, saying, "Father, that all men and women be one as you and I are one." This is the great venture of all of us human beings, to become one. And this does not mean to be all the same like small clones. Each of us, in fact, is a little masterpiece created by God as a Father. We are meant to be united in the richness of our diversity. Unity in diversity should be our aim and motto. Yet God continues to enrich a human family with prophets who remind us this truth of the oneness of God and of our being one family as human beings. Also in Christianity, we had the fortune of having witnessed this great truth. I personally follow a Christian mystic, a woman who opened a modern way of spirituality within Christianity and other religions. Chiara Lubick is her name, lived last century and died in 2008. She inspired her followers, Christians and people of different religions, with a very simple intuition. We have one Father, God, who is love, and we have to live as we were all his children. She wrote once, "We must fix our gaze, our eyes, on the one Father of many children, then look at all persons as children of our one Father. With our thoughts and affections, we must always go beyond every limit imposed by a merely human life, and tend constantly, and because of a habit, to universal brotherhood in one Father, God." These few words have radically changed the mentality and perspective of thousands of people who have grown with a mentality close to the exclusiveness and uniqueness of Christianity as the only true religion. In fact, the Catholic Church recognizes today that we all have a common origin, God, and we go all towards the same goal, the same final destination, which again is God. We can call this a process as a pilgrimage, which we will do in common, walking together towards God, common Father to all human beings, and discovering each other like brothers and sisters. If this is the reality of things, our relationships should not be shadow-stained by fear, suspicions, distrust. On the contrary, we should open up our eyes and our minds and hearts to see the beauty and the richness each person we encounter carries along with him or with her. And I would like to conclude again with the sentence of the mystic that I mentioned before, Chiara Lubich, whom I follow. And she understood something simple and yet amazingly innovative. She said, the person next to me, being my brother or my sister, was created as a gift for me. And I was created as a gift for the person next to me. On earth, all stands in a relationship of love with all. Each thing with each thing. Each person with each person. We have to be love, however, to discover the golden thread among all these things that exist. Let these words to be a gift for the person next to me and to accept the gift that the person next to me gives to me, let these last words be my wish for each and every one of us here today, to be a gift one for the other and discover the golden thread that exists among all beings and all creatures.
Thank you very much, Professor Catalano. After our next speaker, we are going to have a tea break. And I'm very happy now to... Okay. Good news, the tea will be served. I'm now happy to invite Dr. Maria Augusta Favali. She represents the Baha'i faith, and we are very open and happy to receive your insights. Please come.
How many minutes?
10 minutes.
Mi sentite? Sì, bene. Bene, sono molto contenta. Vai Guru di Salsa. Allahu Abba, che è il saluto Baha'i, alla fede Baha'i, e benvenuti nella città di Parma. Quindi siete tutti accontentati, salutati. Volevo iniziare con un fatto personale, che qui a Parma è sepolto un personaggio che per il continente indiano e per tutto il mondo ha avuto, e la sua anima sicuramente è qui con noi, l'ingegner Manucher Hedayat, che vuol dire guida, di origine persiano, che uscì dal suo paese per venire a studiare nella città di Parma come pioniere della fede Baha'i. Era l'unico Baha'i e trovò la città di Parma di una gentilezza straordinaria, per cui dopo aver viaggiato insieme alla sottoscritta, che ho avuto la fortuna di diventare sua moglie, abbiamo girato tutto il mondo e per molte volte siamo venuti in India, nel continente indiano, che ha avuto un fascino per noi straordinario. Perché? Perché, ve lo dico subito, scusate se porto questi esempi personali, e ha avuto l'opportunità di seguire i lavori che ci sono, per esempio in India, delle Lotus Temple, vicino a Delhi, per esempio, col magnifico fior di loto, simbolo della purezza, della spiritualità, sia nell'antichità che nel presente, di quasi tutte le tradizioni, penso, del mondo. Un magnifico fiore che esce dall'acqua stagnante, impura, però le sue foglie, i suoi petali sono immacolati, l'acqua scorre via. Ecco, simbolo della purezza, il fior di loto. Ecco, ebbe l'opportunità, insieme all'architetto, così, di seguire i lavori che sono stati fatti in Italia, con il marmo italiano, e segnare, controllare tutto il lavoro prima che venisse spedito in India e poi andare là a controllare sul posto. E anch'io ho avuto la fortuna tantissime volte di visitare l'India. Dovevamo visitare il Tempio d'Oro, ci fu un terribile temporale e dovemmo rinunciare e c'è rimasta un po' l'amarezza. E mi sento oggi molto fortunata di poter essere stata invitata a questo incontro dei Sikh, perché avevo conosciuto in India appunto Sikh, la loro gentilezza, e veramente mi sono rimasta veramente contenta. Detto questo, citerò solo pochissimi passi di Baha'u'llah, che certamente conoscete, in relazione a questo bellissimo programma, questa onda, che speriamo sicuramente, sono molto fiduciosa, partirà da questa città straordinaria, che è la nostra città di Parma, e si diffonderà in tutto il mondo. Baha'u'llah, quando fu esiliato dalla nativa Persia, la prima città di esilio fu Baghdad, e lungo il Tigri, e dove più tardi nel 1863 dichiarò la sua missione. Ecco, sulle rive del Tigri passeggiava, lo racconta lui stesso, e ha scritto quelle che sono le parole celate, cioè delle parole brevi dove lui ha fatto un dono a tutti noi, credenti e non credenti, di tutte le religioni, per poter vivere la propria spiritualità. Ve ne cito solo due, pochi altri passi. Il primo consiglio, o figlio dello Spirito, il mio primo consiglio è questo: possiedi un cuore puro, gentile, radioso, affinché la tua possa essere una sovranità antica, imperitura, sempiterna. Brevissimo commento: abbi un cuore puro. Ecco, il mio futuro marito mi chiamava fegatino mio. Io veramente lo prendevo come quasi un insulto, essere chiamata non cuoricino mio, ma fegatino mio, perché nella tradizione proprio il cuore simbolicamente è puro perché è riservato all'amore assoluto per Dio e non possiamo inquinarlo con un secondo Dio o una seconda dea o il denaro, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi ecco che la purezza del nostro cuore deve essere assoluta e solo pieno dell'amore per Dio. Ecco, la seconda parola: abbi un cuore puro, gentile, kind, loving kindness deve essere. C'è un'amorevole gentilezza ed è la virtù principale che serve per ogni relazione con il nostro marito, la nostra famiglia, i nostri amici, i nostri colleghi, i governanti fra di loro, eccetera, eccetera, eccetera. Loving kindness. E poi radioso. Ecco, la radiosità è la luce, la gioia che dobbiamo avere verso chi? Verso il nostro Creatore. E qui veramente entra nella seconda, vi leggo anche la seconda, o figlio dello Spirito, la più amata di tutte le cose ai miei occhi, ecco, gli occhi sono molto preziosi, no? È la giustizia. Non allontanarti da essa se mi desideri. Se desideriamo Dio, dobbiamo essere giusti. E non trascurarla affinché io possa confidare in te. Con il suo aiuto vedrai con i tuoi occhi e non attraverso gli occhi degli altri. E conoscerai per tua conoscenza e non attraverso la conoscenza degli altri, che spesso e volentieri è comodo, no? Prendere per scontato, l'ha detto Caio, l'ha detto Sempronio, e non fare nessuna ricerca personale. No, è sbagliato. Rifletti su questo nel tuo cuore, come ti conviene d'essere. In verità, la giustizia è il mio dono per te e il segno della mia amorevole gentilezza. Ancora, amorevole gentilezza. Meditalo quindi davanti ai tuoi occhi. E sarebbero tanti passi così, però non c'è tempo. Per esempio, Baha'u'llah dice che la terra è un solo paese e l'umanità i suoi cittadini, no? E per quanto riguarda il cuore puro, è stato chiesto ad Abdu'l-Bahà chi è Satana? Esiste Satana? Sappiamo Satana, se ne parla che qua poi. E sapete cosa rispose? Qualcosa che l'imam precedentemente ha menzionato. Satana è l'ego persistente. L'ego persistente. Perché la parola io sono, io ho fatto, io farò, io sono capace, questo io non è altro che un ego e invece deve tramutarsi in noi faremo, tutti insieme. Noi faremo, soprattutto chi veramente con la propria fede, perché è bellissimo l'unità nella diversità, è uno dei capisaldi della fede Bahá'í. Solo insieme possiamo veramente aiutarci a cambiare noi, a cambiare la nostra famiglia, la nostra società e il nostro mondo. Ecco, vorrei concludere perché probabilmente il tempo è già finito e desidererei lasciare anche il testo in inglese, oltre che in italiano, al leader spirituale dei Sikh, che veramente apprezzo con tutti voi di aver scelto Parma per fare questo bellissimo incontro. Vi leggo quali sono le qualità spirituali che Baha'u'llah ci dice, ciascuno di noi, di fare lo sforzo, perché solo lo sforzo verrà premiato da Dio e non verrà premiato se noi diciamo ma io non ci riesco, ma io non ce la faccio. Ecco, questa negatività non va bene, bisogna sforzarsi che qualche risultato si avrà. Sono tante le virtù, potete scegliere almeno qualcheduna. D'accordo, la misericordia di Dio è grandissima e sa lo sforzo che facciamo. Comincio, scusate, sono emozionata, ma per me questo passo è straordinario, mi commuove sempre. Sii generoso nella prosperità e grato nell'avversità. Sii degno della fiducia del tuo vicino e trattalo con viso sorridente ed amichevole. Sii tesoro per il povero, ammonitore per il ricco, risposta al grido del bisognoso, custode della santità della promessa. Sii equo nel giudicare e cauto nel parlare. Non essere ingiusto con nessuno e sii mansueto con tutti gli uomini. Sii fiaccola per chi cammina nelle tenebre, gioia per l'addolorato, mare per l'assetato, rifugio per l'angosciato, alleato e difensore della vittima dell'oppressione. Fa che l'integrità e la rettitudine contraddistinguano tutti i tuoi atti. Sii asilo per l'estraneo, balsamo per il sofferente, torre incrollabile per il fuggitivo. Sii occhio per il cieco e faro che guida i passi dell'errante. Sii ornamento per il volto della verità, corona per la fronte della fedeltà, colonna del tempio della rettitudine, alito di vita per il corpo dell'umanità, vessillo per le schiere della giustizia, astro sull'orizzonte della verità, rugiada per il terreno del cuore umano, arca sull'oceano del sapere, sole nel cielo della munificenza, gemma sul diademo della saggezza, luce risplendente nel firmamento della tua generazione, frutto sull'albero dell'umiltà. E qui abbiamo l'onda dell'umiltà, della gentilezza e dell'amore. Grazie per la vostra pazienza.
Thank you very much, dear Maria Augusta Favalli. We are now having tea, and I warmly invite you to really collect the pearls of wisdom. And we have just 4 more speakers, and I'm sure you will even more gather new inspiring thoughts and feelings. So, and there is a big surprise at the end of our event, a huge surprise, and I really warmly invite you to stay until the end and don't miss it. For now, enjoy your tea, and we will invite our next speaker quite soon.
Ji, the tea is coming to your seats. Vaheguru ji, baithe raho, cha ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਆ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ satsang ji cha ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ please ਆਪਣਾ ਕੁਰਸੀ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਰਹੋ. Thank you ji.
There is no need to leave your seat. The tea is coming to you. If you want to go out, wait, we have a few more speakers, and then you will go out with the wave of kindness, humility, and love, and bring it to the world. It's not the time yet. I am very, very joyful to introduce our next honorable speaker, Rabbi Dr. Yakov Nagen from Jerusalem, Israel. We have heard a few times today that it is in the heart and in the silence of the heart like Sister Ferrari underlined it, that we find the answers. So I have a very specific exercise for you all right now. We have most respect for Shabbat. As it is Shabbat, our next honorable guests will not use the mic as I am doing. So we will have 2 times. You will, my dear Rabbi Dr. Nagen, you will address a few words to the audience with no mic, and then we will watch a short movie that you have prepared to share your wisdom. Please, there is a saying in Africa. The saying says, before you talk, make sure that what you are going to say is more precious than silence. I request your silence so that we can hear our next honorable guest.
I hear the traditional Sikh greeting. Literally, it means, true is the eternal God. But when in the context of greeting another human being, I hear it say, I see the eternal God inside of you. And this is the core teaching of Judaism, that all of humanity, we are all created b'tselem Elohim, in the image of God. God is in me. God is in you. We are each a unique expression of the infinite, eternal God, which means we are all connected together. It is this truth that stands behind the Talmud establishing as the central principle as v'ahavta l'recha kamocha, to love the other as yourself. A love which is explained by Rabbi Akiva in the Talmud as Chaviv Adam Shenevra B'Tselem. Beloved is humanity, who are created in the image of God. All of our religions have profound teachings about the shared and sacred humanity. And in an increasingly secular world, we must all stand together, because without religion, we do not only lose God, we lose our sense of our humanity. And from the traditional Sikh greeting, allow me to turn to the traditional Jewish greeting. Shalom Aleichem. These words are often translated as peace be upon you. Allow me to share with you its deeper meaning. Shalom is one of the names of God. So literally, this greeting means God is upon you. Again, seeing the divine in the other. And within that divine name, Shalom, it is linked to the word Shalem, wholeness, completeness. The nature of this completeness, Shalom begins with the Hebrew letter Shin, that represents Eish, fire. It ends with the letter Mem that represents Mayim, water. Fire and water are often perceived as opposing forces in conflict with each other. The great challenge is to take these two forces, both from God, and integrate them together. This creates true shalom, true wholeness. The Talmud teaches that if at night you dream of a pot of boiling water, this is a dream about shalom, because the water and the fire do not oppose each other, but work together. I live in the holy city of Jerusalem, which includes inside of it the word shalom. It is such a tragedy that our holy city has become a site of conflict. We must return to the shalom, to a place that all the people of the holy city, Jews, Christians, Muslims, Israelis, Palestinians, all acknowledge that we are all connected to this holy place and build a future of shalom. There once was a yearly event called the Jerusalem Hug, where indeed Jews, Muslims, and Christians, Israelis and Palestinians, we would come together and create a human wall to hug the walls of the old city of Jerusalem, as you see, what you see here in the background, and say together, we want Jerusalem to connect us, bring us together, and not divide us. And I was deeply moved one year that a picture taken when I gave a hug to my holy soul brother, Sheikh Ibrahim, from the Mount of Olives, also here in the background. And that picture was chosen by Google as Picture of the Year in the category Searching to Make Sense, which gave me hope that this is the picture, this is the reality that the world wants to be seeing. Another event in our holy city that gives us hope for the future was several years ago to commemorate the end of the Ramadan. Jews, Christians, and Muslims, we came together in the old city of Jerusalem and sang in 3 languages, Hebrew, English, Arabic, One Love of Bob Marley, to express our vision for our city. Our vision for Jerusalem is that which is already expressed in the book of prophets, that Jerusalem should have a house of prayer for all people, for all humanity. Another biblical vision that deeply touches my heart on a personal level is the vision of the prophet Zephaniah, that envisions the future of all of humanity calling together in the name of God and serving God one shoulder. This is very personal for me because 2 years ago, I hovered between life and death in a very serious brain hemorrhage. My wife began to turn toward my Jewish brothers and sisters, asking to pray for my survival. But my children turned to my wife and said, Father would want you to turn to all the religions. And my wife reached out. It was an overwhelming response. And by the grace of God, the skill of my doctors, and the prayers of humanity, I am still here. And the second part of that verse, of serving God one shoulder, was illuminated to me in a joint Jewish-Muslim prayer in Jerusalem that another dear friend of mine, Imam Talib Sharif, after praying together, he gave me a massive hug. And when he hugged me, I felt his heart touching my heart, his face, my face, and our shoulders linked together. And finally I realized, this is the one shoulder serving God the prophet has spoken about. Meaning, in one verse, we are taught, connecting to God is the vertical line to the heaven. Serving God is also that horizontal line to one another. Let me conclude with a story of a moment of revelation by my wife. There is the holy city in Hebrew called Hebron, in Arabic Al-Khalil, where according to all of our traditions, our patriarch Abraham is buried. The Hebrew Chevron includes the word chaver, which means friend. The Arabic al-Khalil is the friend, referring to Abraham, friend of God. And yet another tragedy, the city has become yet another place of conflict. One day, my wife went to pray by the grave of our patriarch Abraham. She found herself all alone and thought this was a unique opportunity to pray alone with our holy fathers and mothers. But at that moment, the muazzin, the call to prayer on the adjacent Muslim mosque went off. It was very loud. At first, my wife felt that this is intruding on her prayer. But then she realized, wait a second, we are praying to the same one God. And then she decided, let me join in. And when she joined into that, connected her prayer to that muazzin, she realized how beautiful that voice was. When she came home, she asked me, do I think, is it a real person singing or is it a recording? On that Sunday, there was a meeting of rabbis and imams in Hebron. I asked my dear friend, Sheikh Abu Snena, and he said, of course it's a real person. It is my cousin, and I will send my greetings. I would like to end by talking about the blessings of diversity. The Talmud asks, why is it that it was the will of God to create all of humanity from one couple, Adam and Eve? Two of the answers express the double blessing of diversity and commonality. The Talmud teaches, on one hand, to teach all of humanity that none can say, my parents are better than your parents, because we all have the same father and mother. But another answer expresses the blessing of diversity, that all having the same ancestor expresses the greatness of God, that from the one can be created the many, that no human beings are exactly identical. This is the greatness of God, this is the greatness of reality, that we are different from one another. And to take this one step further, the Rabbi Cook, expresses this diversity in that each of us, he says, sings 4 songs of identity. We each have our unique individuality. For me, I am Yaakov. We each also have the song that expresses our identity as part of our people. I am part of the Jewish people. We each have a song that expresses our identity as part of humanity. I am part of the song of humanity, and we each have our identity that expresses our being part of the cosmic whole. I am part of the song of the cosmic whole. And Rav Kook teaches that the broader circles do not eliminate the smaller circles. We must sing at the same time the song of our individuality, the song of our nation, the song of humanity, and the song of the cosmic whole. Let me end by blessing all of you who have come to be together. This is this ancient blessing. I will first read it in the English, but then end with the sacred Hebrew words. Yivarachacha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May God bless you and protect you. Ye'er Adonai panav elecha v'choneka. May God shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God turn his face to you and bring upon you shalom, peace, the name of God.
Thank you very much indeed for these words of shalom. We have a special announcement. We are privileged to have 2 special guests who could join us today from Milano. We are very pleased And I will ask you to offer some of your love, some of your kindness, the way you like. You can give an applause. We are very, very glad to have with us Mr. Atul Chauhan, Mr. Bikram Singh Gill, respectively consul and official from the Embassy of India in Milano. Thank you very much for coming with us. You beautiful people are the ambassadors. Our honorable speakers, you are the ambassadors of this wonderful wave. We would really appreciate that when you go back, we are not done yet, but when you will go, what's going to happen? Is that it? You came to listen to some beautiful souls, and you're going to go back home, watch TV, go to bed, and tomorrow you will have forgotten everything? We hope not. We count on you to carry that wave, to surf on the wave, to export it to the world. Parma has the largest exhibition center in Italy. This place, La Fiera di Parma, they have the biggest food exhibition in the world. We would like you to bring the food of the heart and the soul, the food of shalom, to the world. Our next ambassador is Professor Luciano Mazzoni Bennoni. He is the coordinator, you are the coordinator, Professor, of the Forum Interreligioso di Parma. It is a platform for dialogue, respect, mutual understanding, cooperation between different religious communities in Parma. Please welcome our next ambassador. Thank you. Professor.
Un saluto cordiale e un abbraccio a tutti voi. Questo è il giorno della convergenza. Tutti i nostri occhi stanno guardando al cielo. I nostri volti sono rivolti all'unico Dio e le nostre volontà finalmente sono orientate tutte verso lo stesso centro. È un miracolo in questo mondo dominato dalle divisioni. Un mondo che diffonde energie negative e di morte. Celebriamo quest'anno quel grande patto che è stato firmato ad Abu Dhabi nel 2019, molti di voi lo ricorderanno, fra Papa Francesco e l'imam Ahmed Tayeb. Il documento aveva un titolo inequivocabile: Fratelli tutti. Purtroppo questo documento viene calpestato da quasi tutti i governanti della terra. Questo documento, questo messaggio non viene insegnato nelle scuole, ai nostri bambini, ai nostri giovani, che sono invece bombardati da onde negative. Vedete, in questo clima di rassegnazione e qualche volta di disperazione di fronte alla violenza, è diventato difficile anche il dialogo. Io porto a voi non solo la mia voce, ma quella di tutte le comunità e di tutte le associazioni che sono radunate nel forum interreligioso di Parma. Dal 2007 lavoriamo insieme e qui ci sono varie amiche e amici. E sono ebrei, musulmani di varie confessioni, cristiani di varie confessioni, Bahai. Ebbene, mai come in questi ultimi 2 anni di guerre e di divisioni abbiamo capito come sia difficile continuare a coltivare la comprensione, il riconoscimento del diverso, il rispetto. Ecco perché oggi è un piccolo miracolo. Le 3 parole che celebriamo qui insieme sono tutte e 3 espressione del cuore. Mano a mano che ho ascoltato questa mattina e oggi pomeriggio gli altri relatori, registravo dentro di me che ero come toccato da tante carezze. Vi chiedo se vi capita di sentirvi accarezzati. Io se apro la televisione e guardo il telegiornale non mi sento accarezzato, mi sento colpito da delle fruste, da delle provocazioni, divento sofferente e rischio di essere rassegnato. Allora abbiamo bisogno di coltivare queste parole, ma anche in questi momenti, vedete, abbiamo qualche rischio, qualche difficoltà. Se ci limitiamo a dialogare, rischiamo di fermarci a un confronto delle idee, a livello della mente. E perfino quando preghiamo, tutti, ciascuno nella propria lingua, rischiamo di fermarci alle parole. È soltanto, come diceva stamattina Babaji, se entriamo nel silenzio, che possiamo entrare dentro noi stessi e fare in modo che il battito del nostro cuore ci dica chi siamo noi e perché stiamo vivendo. Abbiamo bisogno di connettere i cuori. Il nostro cuore non deve, non può vivere isolato. L'Occidente ha concepito un concetto che è molto limitato, quello di individuo. È un concetto che molte lingue del mondo non conoscono, che l'Oriente non conosce, perché ogni singola creatura non può vivere da sola. La vita non può esistere a livello individuale. E allora noi dobbiamo riversare all'esterno la gioia che abbiamo vissuto oggi. Consentitemi di dirvi che per me oggi è la realizzazione di un sogno. Il sogno di poter non solo incontrare, abbracciare tanti fratelli e tante sorelle, ma di poter pregare insieme, non in modo separato. Purtroppo alcune tradizioni ci dicono che ognuno deve pregare da solo, soltanto con la sua comunità. Io penso che il mondo oggi sia pronto per fare un salto di coscienza. Il pianeta Terra è una piccola cosa nell'universo. Tutti i popoli ormai si conoscono. Grazie alla tecnologia tocchiamo tutti i punti del pianeta simultaneamente, col computer o con i nostri apparecchi smart. Allora perché dobbiamo rinchiudere la preghiera, la fede, nelle vecchie trappole, nei confini delle singole realtà? Io penso che dobbiamo uscire dalle nostre prigioni, dobbiamo superare ogni confine. È venuto il tempo perché nell'umiltà e della mitezza del cuore di cui parlava Gesù si possa adorare l'unico Dio ovunque e possibilmente insieme. Allora meditiamo col cuore, cerchiamo nella nostra vita momenti di raccoglimento del nostro cuore. Vi prego di farlo, vi prego di dirlo soprattutto ai più giovani che sono tormentati da questi apparecchi continuamente. Trovare ogni giornata almeno un momento per ritirarsi nella grotta o nella conchiglia del nostro cuore. E poi creiamo occasioni per fare incontrare i cuori. E infine abituiamoci a benedirci reciprocamente. Abbiamo appena ricevuto la benedizione dello Shabbat Shalom dal rabbino che ci ha detto della sua sofferenza per la guerra che vive la Terra Santa. Ebbene, dobbiamo benedire l'un l'altro. Benediciamoci. Non abbiamo bisogno che siano i capi delle singole religioni a benedirci, ma noi possiamo essere creature benedicenti ogni giorno. Allora vi faccio un ultimo appello. Soprattutto noi più anziani, non dobbiamo trasmettere ai più giovani le nostre delusioni, le nostre rassegnazioni alle divisioni, alle guerre, alle violenze. non dobbiamo soprattutto trasmettere la nostra paura, quella di cui ci parlava Babaji stamattina. La paura è la trappola più grande per l'essere umano. Allora trasmettiamo invece ai nostri bambini, ai nostri ragazzi, ai nostri giovani, a tutte le famiglie, il sogno della pace e dell'amore. È un sogno che può diventare realtà. Grazie.
Thank you, Professor, for reminding us that, look, just look, have a look at what's going on here. Thousands of people. We cannot live without others. A word from Babaji.
My dear son Bhatti, please you remain on the stage. I just need 35 seconds. No.
Remain on the stage. I could not hear. I said it just need 35 seconds. Okay. You remain on the stage. We need this mic after.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਕਿ ਟਾਈਮ ਕਾਫੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਥੋੜਾ ਦੋ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਮਾਪਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਏ ਜੋ ਪ੍ਰਾਹੁਣੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਨਮਾਨਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਔਰ ਜੈਕਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਦੀ ਸਮਾਪਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਹੋਰ ਧੀਰਜ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠੇ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ
Let's remember this saying from Africa, how precious the silence can be. Our next honorable speaker, and I will introduce the next speaker, but I cannot stay here because otherwise I'm going to speak about the both of you and I don't want to show my back. So our next speaker is Parabhakti Dasa Moro Bombieri from ISKCON, Italia. ISKCON is International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Well, yes, we can applaud already. Emphasizing spiritual education. How do we bring children into the world? Emphasizing compassion, meditation, and moral living. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone. Hare Krishna. It is my great joy and gratitude that I stand here with you today. But first and foremost, I would like to sincerely thank the organizers of this wonderful event, which give us the opportunity to reflect on profound and universal themes. I organize many events, and I know exactly what is behind of that. Please give them a big applause. And I also want to express my deep appreciation to each of you for being here, for taking this time to seek inner growth, self-awareness, and the shared values that transcend the material world and touch the very essence of our existence. We live in an era of great technology, progress, and unparalleled connectivity, yet many of us feel lost. The fast-paced nature of the modern life often pulls us away from ourselves, from our true nature, and from the deeper meaning of our existence. Despite having access to instant communication, we often feel unheard. Despite living in a world of material abundance, we experience a growing emptiness. Despite countless distractions, we find ourselves facing anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. And so, we must ask ourselves, where can we find guidance? How can we rediscover meaning in a world that often seems to push us toward superficiality rather than depth? Today, I want to invite you to take a deep breath, to pause, and rediscover an ancient wisdom, a wisdom that transcends time and offers us clarity, hope, and practical tools for overcoming the challenges of the present age. More than 5,000 years ago, in the sacred forest of Naimisharanya, a great assembly of sages took place. These enlightened beings had gathered from all corners of the world, with a singular purpose, to discuss how to preserve spiritual knowledge for the benefit of future generations. They knew that the difficult era was about to begin. This is Kali Yuga, the age of quarrel, hypocrisy, and spiritual degradation. Is the era that we are living now. The sage understood that over time, humanity will stray further and further for spiritual awareness. They saw that people will become overly attached to material pursuit, losing sight of the higher purpose of life. And so, with great compassion, they recorded sacred teachings to serve as a guiding light for those who will seek truth in an increasingly confusing world. One of the most profound revelations from their discussion was compiled in the Srimad Bhagavatam, a sacred text that provides an astonishingly accurate prophecy for Kali Yuga. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, just a few quotes, is written, "Morality, truthfulness, cleanliness, patience, and kindness will gradually decline. A person's worth will be determined by their wealth rather than their integrity. Love and relation will be based on superficial attraction and selfish motives. Success in business will favor deception over honesty. Justice will be no longer based on truth, but on power and influence. Spirituality will be reduced to mere ritual, and hypocrisy will be seen as a virtue. People will suffer from endless anxiety, illnesses, natural disasters, and conflict." Now, we have to ask to ourselves, does this not describe the world we are living now today? Yes, it's exactly this place. No? We have built a civilization where status is measured in money rather than in kindness, where knowledge is often mistaken for wisdom, and where authenticity is sacrificed for appearance. And yet, even in this darkness, there is a path toward light. The path is found through awareness, through self-reflection, and through the awakening of our spiritual consciousness. Technology and spirituality, is a progress or is an illusion? We live in a time of unprecedented technological advancement. We have the ability to communicate with anyone across the world in an instant, to access vast amounts of information on the click of a button, to explore the mystery of the space, and to harness artificial intelligence. But we must ask to ourselves, are we truly evolving, or are we simply distracting ourselves from an inner void that no amount of technology can fill? In ancient time, sages and spiritual seekers focused on understanding the deeper energy of the universe. They lived in harmony with nature and cultivated inner peace. They understood that true intelligence was not just about gathering facts, but about learning how to live a life of kindness, humility, and service to others. Today, however, we have become dependent on machine, and in doing so, we have lost our essential part of our humanity. We have become disconnected from the natural world, from each other, and most importantly, from ourselves. But there is an hope. Even in Kali Yuga, a golden opportunity exists. The awakening of the heart, a light in the darkness. According to the Vaishnava tradition, where I belong from, even though we are in a spiritual challenging era, we are not without hope. There is a way to rise above the negativity of the age, to reconnect with our heightened nature, and to cultivate love and compassion within ourselves and for the others. 500 years ago, in exactly the same period where Guru Nanak appeared, the great saint Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed a simple yet powerful method to awaken spiritual consciousness. We are known as Hare Krishna movement, but not everyone knows that we are known as Hare Krishna, not as a Vaishnava. Is our tradition because we chant this mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. But it's not a mantra that is identified as a specific tradition, but it's a mantra for all the humanity. Everyone can chant it, despite religion or a tradition, whatever you come from. This sacred mantra is not just a series of words. It's a divine sound vibration that cleanses the heart, awakens the soul, and reconnects us to the spiritual identity. It's thousands, millions of years that the sages are chanting this mantra. Spirituality is not about label, dogma, or sectarianism. It's about rediscovering our eternal connection with the divine. This is what we call Sanatana Dharma, the eternal part of the soul. And this love, this connection, is already within us. We just have to uncover it. We need to overcome the real enemies of the humanity. They are within ourselves. If we truly wish to change the world, we must first change ourselves. Every one of us faces inner struggle, emotion, desire, and fears that shape our action and perception. The ancient scriptures identify 6 primary obstacles to spiritual progress. The first is kama, selfish, desire and lust, and we need to turn it in prema, pure and selfless love. Krodha, anger and rage, in kshama, tolerance and forgiveness. Lobha, greed and material attachment, in dana, generosity and charity. Moha, illusion and attachment, we have to turn in dhyana, spiritual knowledge. Mada, pride and arrogance, we have to turn in vinaya, humility and modesty. And matsarya, envy and jealousy, we have to turn in mangala, joy for other success and benevolence. So by transforming these negative qualities in positive virtues, we unlock the true potential for our hearts. Now, more than ever, the world needs gentleness, forgiveness, mercy, and love. Let us become the change we wish to see in the world, as Mahatma Gandhi was used to say. Let us embody the value of compassion, respect, humility, and service. Let us extend kindness to those who suffer, offer forgiveness to those who have wronged us, and open our hearts to those who seek guidance. And as the great poet, Italian poet Dante Alighieri wrote, the love that moves the sun and the other stars. This love, this divine connection is our greatest treasures. It is not found in possession, in titles, or in external success. It is found in our willingness to serve, to love, and to uplift one another. Tomorrow marks the appearance day of Lord Ramachandra, of Sri Ramachandra, one of the most revered manifestations of God, not only in India, or in the Far East, but across the world. During his time on his planet, he established a kingdom where kindness and love united all beings, creating an atmosphere of harmony and devotion. Love flowed abundantly in every corner. On this sacred occasion, let us pray to Lord Namachanda to bless us with the right spirit, guiding us toward the virtues he embodied. Jai Shri Ram. I land with a call to action. The world will not be changed by words alone. It will be changed by action. Let's not embrace the windows of the age and use it to guide our daily lives. Let's not work together, I repeat, together, to create a society where kindness is valued over wealth, integrity over power, and love over selfishness. And most of all, let's all remember that we are all divine beings on a shared journey. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. You came with a very confronting question. Are we getting distracted or are we getting engaged, committed, especially with technology? This is a good time for me to remind to all Sevadars, please make sure that you give more time. We need your help. Sevadars are volunteers who engage into selfless service in Sikh. A lot of what you see today is thanks to them. There is one aspect that definitely still needs to be explored. Dr. Anna Stewart Ibarra, you are coming from Panama. You are representing the Inter-America Institute for Global Change Research. This institute is making sure that in 19 countries in America, governments have the best data available to make decisions for a sustainable environment in our future. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. In one moment, I will ask you to stand up and move a little bit. We've been sitting all day. Just one moment. Wait one moment. You will find someone near you, and you will tell them in simple words, one thing that you will do to carry this wave into every corner of the earth, into your home, into your community, into your family. Do this quickly. Find one person, and then we'll come back. So everyone stand up, stretch. Yes. One thing that you will do to move this wave across the world. One action can be so simple. Aquí también, por favor. Our speakers also, please tell each other, what will you do to move the wave? One more minute. Make sure you hear from your neighbor. Move a little. Okay, and when you're all done, please return to your seat. I'm the last speaker, so we're almost done. Thank you. Okay. The wave of love, gratitude, joy, humility, peace. Such beautiful words. But this is not just a metaphor. This wave is about action, real action, commitment, and service. The wave is here moving through us, each and every one of us is here for a reason, for a purpose. You, me, we were chosen, we were blessed to be here today at this very moment. But with that comes tremendous responsibility to carry this wave to every corner of the planet. There's no time to lose. As we've heard from all of the speakers today, we are at a critical moment in humanity. We are facing a triple planetary crisis with accelerations in climate change, the loss of life-sustaining biodiversity around the planet, increasing contamination of our air, water, and soils. Many of the life systems that we depend on are on the verge of collapse, driven by greed, the search for power, and ego. We have forgotten our sacred Mother Earth, Father Sky, our brothers and sisters, the birds, the plants, the insects, all of the infinite life beings that share this planet with us. And when we speak of oneness, we must remember that we are one with all life beings, with the water and the air, the mountains, our forests and oceans and deserts. There is one planetary heartbeat that we are a part of. As our world leaders meet to make decisions about the fate of our planet, for us, for our children, and for our future generations, we must ensure that this wave reaches them and penetrates their hearts and minds. We need leaders who are loving, humble, and kind, leaders who cooperate and collaborate rather than compete, who are driven by service rather than power and greed. Education and mentorship of young people is critical if we want to transform humanity and the planet. 5 years ago, during these exact dates, a wave of darkness and fear was spreading across the planet. And that wave was called COVID. But we took action. We mobilized and came together. We prayed and meditated together. We took care of our neighbors and spent more time with our families, our children, our elderly and loved ones. We worked to spread hope and love and health. It didn't just happen by itself. We were agents. And yet look how quickly we have forgotten. We return to our old habits, distracted, unfocused, and asleep once again. Today, as this new wave of darkness unfolds, how will we respond to this test? In any crisis, there is a beautiful opportunity to grow, learn, and transcend, and this wave is that opportunity. It depends on how we choose to respond. I'm going to share one small anecdote. At the beginning of the pandemic, in 2020, I was asked to help create a book about the kinds of partnerships and collaborations that we need to respond to public health crises like the COVID pandemic. And I began to work with a very dear friend of mine, Desiree Labaud, who is an infectious disease pediatrician at Stanford. And as we envisioned this book from the heart, we invited 90 authors from 26 countries to come together and to share their stories about successful, impactful, respectful, and humble partnerships that were serving their communities and the world through public health action. And when we looked across all of these stories, when we looked at the whole book and the stories that had come together, there were clear messages that emerged. The first message was that we need to identify and name the historical inequities and injustices that persist, and that we are operating in imperfect systems. But that shouldn't stop us. From that point, we need to move forward to drive the change that we want to see. We need to actively disrupt the status quo and to persist in hope despite very difficult situations. And how do we do that? People from around the world, from different cultures and disciplines and backgrounds said, The joy of human connection was what carried them through the darkest and most difficult moments. This is what I call love. That deep connection is our most powerful motor, our most powerful source of energy to transcend any challenge. When we met with our authors just a few weeks ago to celebrate the publication of this book, which is publicly available at no cost worldwide, the authors described this as reading a series of love letters. And this was just so beautiful because they were talking about their love for each other and their act of service to their communities and humanity. So, and when I told my friend Desiree that we would be here gathered in Parma and I would be sharing this story, she said, oh, I would love to be there, but I have other commitments with my family. And she said, but just in a few weeks, I will be holding a gathering of professors and students from Stanford who are suffering with what's happening in the world today. We're calling it an empathy circle, a circle of empathy and kindness. And I said to her, the wave is reaching you. It is already moving. And she said, come and join us and tell us what will be happening in Parma. And I just share this anecdote because it's a very small, simple example of how we can each take this wave into the world and touch the lives of others. So I'm going to close just sharing very briefly a song that I sang with my brothers and sisters from Bolivia in 2018 when we visited Bulampuri, which was my first time in Bulampuri. And we'll be back in Bolivia next week, many of us, in a week from now with Babaji. So in case you were considering coming to Bolivia, take this as an invitation. So the song I will translate, I'll tell you. It says, first, may the eternal sun illuminate you. May you be surrounded by love. May the pure light of your interior, of your inside, guide your path. Guide your path. And then Sat Nam. So I will sing it very briefly, and then I will invite you to join me at any point, but definitely at the Sat Nam part at the end, yeah? Okay, and please excuse my singing voice, but okay. Que el eterno sol te ilumine y el amor te rodee, que la luz pura interior guíe tu camino, guíe tu camino. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
What can I say after that? Thank you so much for bringing that hope, that wave of hope, and that wave also, your beautiful voice, to share this wave of humility, kindness, and love. We kindly remind you to please remember to bring the translation equipment when you will leave at the corner where you got it from. Don't forget to get your ID back. please remember to leave the translation equipment over there. You still need it for a few minutes. I will now give it's not the stage, but I will let Babaji tell us a few words.
पुरख निर्भव निर्वैर अकाल मूर्त अजूनी सैभन गुरप्रसाद जप आदि सच जुगादि सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच आदि सच जुगादि सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच. My daughter Anna from Panama, South America. What a loving thunder you are. Electrifying, she electrified. जो बच्चियां नू कोई सेवादार जाके 5-7 मिनट My daughter Anna electrified the whole universe, I felt like. I'm the proud father of the daughter who is the president of 19 organization of 19 countries of South and North America. She took Amrit last year here in Italy, Parma, and today, a year later, God has made her sit on that stage. I am so jealous of you, Anna. I want to say one thing to all of you, that what you are out to do, what you are about to do, is to make the world recognize that we are one family. Not just talk, not just say words, but it can only happen if we feel it, that the whole world is my family. And it's going to happen sooner or later. But why wait? The truth has to come out, cannot stay hidden. And you are those souls whom God is using for the world to recognize it. And what a beauty that would be. What a beautiful garden His creation is. Just a couple hours ago, God spoke through somebody and He said, South Africa is waiting for you. South Africa is waiting for you. South America is waiting for you. The whole world is waiting for you. It's God's own design to make His children realize this. And this can only happen if we are humble enough, if we are kind enough, if we are loving enough. Only way. Only humble hearts, loving hearts are big enough to accept this big of truth. I especially एक पिता एक इसके हम बारिक, तू मेरा गुर है। ये लफ्ज़ दबे न रह जान, ये लफ्ज़ टके न रह जान। वेला आ गया है इन्हां दा प्रगट होण दा। महाराज जी कहते कि सारी मनुखता परमात्मा दा परिवार है कि अपना दिल एडे वड्डे हैगे कि आपां एडी वड्डी सच्चाई नूं संभाल सकीए हैगे किड्डा वड्डा दिल चाहिदा है मनुखा जिंदगी दे हौसले दी टीसी है ये कि सारी मनुखता नूं एहसास कराना कि आपां सारे एक परिवार। It is the epitome of human courage to make the world recognize that we are one family. It requires the courage, such a courage. And I know you have the courage. You have the courage. ਇਹ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹਰ ਵੱਡਾ ਕੰਮ ਸੁਪਨੇ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਡਾਕਟਰ ਬਨੋਨੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਆਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਹਾਂ। ਹਰ ਕੋਈ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਵੱਲ ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟਾਂ, ਦੋਸਤਾਨਾ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟਾਂ, ਸ਼ੁਭ ਇਛਾਵਾਂ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟਾਂ, ਦੁਆਵਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟਾਂ ਭੇਜੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਭਗਤ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਭਗਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਨ। ਭਗਤੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਭਗਤੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਸਕਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਲੈ ਸਕਦਾ। ਇਹ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ। ਇਹ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਅਹਿਸਾਸ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਹਾਂ, ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। It is about making them realize. ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕੀਤਿਆਂ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਸੋਚਣੀ ਬਦਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋਚਣੀ ਬਦਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਕੇ। ਸੋਚਣੀ ਬਦਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤਕਦੀਰਾਂ ਬਦਲਦੀਆਂ। ਆਪਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਵਰਤੀਰਾ, ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਤਕਦੀਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। Our behavior towards each other decides our destiny. Our behavior towards each other decides the destiny of the humanity. And if our behavior is pure, gentle, tender, humble, we should have no trouble feeling the direction of our destiny. I ask all of you and the whole world, let us get together. It is not about one, it's about all humanity. Let's wake up. We have been sleeping for so long. The sun was out quite a long time ago. We have been still sleeping. Enough. Let us wake up now. Our destinies are in our hands with His grace. If our aim is pure, if our aim is for the benefit of His children, then He is with us. Then the success is granted. ਜੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਟੀਚਾ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਸਫਲਤਾ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦਸਖਤ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੇ ਸਫਲ ਹੋਣਾ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੇ ਦਸਖਤ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ ਹੈ ਲਹਿਰ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਹਨ। At whomsoever I look at, I feel like talking to them. I feel like sharing my insights with them. You all are so beautiful, true beauty. ਤੇ ਜੋ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਨ, ਪਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਦੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਖਾਸ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਤਰਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਨਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ। ਬੇਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਪੁੱਤ ਸਪੁੱਤ ਕਰੇਨ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਸਪੁੱਤ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣਗੇ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਸਿਰਫ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਸੌ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਗੇ, ਉਹ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਾਉਣਗੇ। ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ, ਤੇ ਉਸ ਅਹਿਸਾਸ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜੀਣਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਹਾਂ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕੇਵਲ ਹਾਜ਼ਰੀ ਹੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਾਕਤ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਫੇਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ 2 ਮਿੰਟ, ਨਾਲੇ ਬਹਾਨਾ ਮਿਲ ਜੂ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਹਿਮਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਨਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਤੋਰ ਦਈਏ, ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ 2 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ। If we could present all the honored speakers with the plaques. One thing, all the guests are very cordially invited by ਜਥੇਦਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਈ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਬਣ ਭਾਵੇਂ 40 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ 'ਚ ਜਾਵੇ, ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ 100 ਸਾਲ ਤੱਕ ਜਿੰਦਾ ਰਹੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਮਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ। ਜਥੇਦਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਬਕਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਨਿਕਲਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਦੇ ਨਾ ਪਛਤਾਏ, ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਤਖਤ ਤੇ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਉਤਾਰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ on behalf of the ਜਥੇਦਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬs of ਅਕਾਲ ਤਖਤ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, he said he invited all the guests to the golden temple with all his love and compassion. ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ and all the guests, our relationships has just begun. Our journey together is going to take momentum and we are going to have a lasting relationship as long as our lives last. And I'm humbled to hear all of you, humbled before you. May God bless you and give you more power, because you are the backbone, and souls like you are the backbone of this wave. So, Professor Catalina, if we could come upstairs.
Mike.
Professor Catalano is such a blessed soul that he represents the Focolare movement, which has its presentation in 148 countries and millions of people. I feel so proud to stand beside you. Thank you. And Dr. Luigi Salvia from Rome. He has been very helpful in arranging this gathering. Thank you, and God bless you. जी जथेदार साहब श्री केसगढ़ साहब जी ਦੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ परमात्मा ने अचनचेत हुक्म किया कि तुसीं भी जाओ तो सानू बहुत खुशी हुई कि इन्होंने भी इस समागम विच शामिल हो के इस धरती नूं होर भागां वाली बनाया तो सानू मान दवाया इस लहर नूं होर रंगदार बनाया Sister Ferrari from rhymes well. Sister Ferrari from Brahma Kumari. this nice rhyme. You're such an inspiration. We are honored to hear you, to feel your energy, your aura. Thank you. My son, Reverend Nakate, he was born in Japan, and he is from Buddhist community, very peace-loving people, beautiful people. Buddha no Maya, Buddha no Maya, Buddha. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. He came from all the way from California, and we are very grateful to have you here. You look so colorful. Thank you. Dr. Agisi from Self-Realization Organization, very beautiful soul, and he guided us into meditation. That was so kind of him, so kind of him. Thank you. Thank you. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਜਥੇਦਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕੋਈ ਇੰਟਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੋ ਜੋ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਸੇਵਾ ਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਲਈ ਹਨ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਲਈ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਪਰ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਪੂਰਨੇ ਪਾਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ ਉਹ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਯਾਦ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਜੈਕਾਰਾ ਬੁਲਾਓ ਜੀ Imam Sahib, such a beautiful soul and so much enthusiasm. Very nice. I spoke to him, I believe from Germany. He was in Rome and he said, I saw the film of November 13, I liked that. It was so kind of him. Thank you so much, my dear. And may Allah shower all the blessings to you and help you spread the message of peace and love and humility.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Dr. Fawali, She is from Baha'i faith, and many of us who are from India, you might have seen a temple in New Delhi of Baha'i faith. Very beautiful temple with leaves-like building. And she helped to build that temple. Her husband was an engineer and well-informed, well-known person. They traveled through many countries talking about the divine. And you are such a beautiful soul. Thank you so much. And my son, Dr. Yakov, oozing with love, oozing with so much love. Where did you get it from? So kind of you. These are the Sabbath days in which the tradition is that they stay at home and pray to God, but He came out and to be with us. We are very grateful to you. When in Bulandpuri, he stole every heart, and, and we remember you. Thank you so much. Thank you. After my first talk, he came to me and he said, Babaji, I'm not that innocent. I said, you don't know yourself. I know you. See, innocence is so innocent that it doesn't know itself. Innocence is so innocent that it doesn't recognize that I'm innocent. Thank you. I'm so proud of you.
It's too much for me. It's too much for me.
No. My son, Prabhakti Dasa from Hare Krishna movement, very gentle soul, full of life. Thank you so much for coming, and God bless you. God bless you. My daughter, and she is the one I was talking about. Inter-American Institute for Global Change Research. I remembered. And she is the president of that. I have so many hopes from you. Don't feel the weight, there is no weight. I know you can handle that. And this wave is coming to you. Get ready. Thank you. I'm very proud dad of you. Thank you. And Daria. How are you?
Bene, very well, molto bene. Grazie. Thank you.
To arrange this gathering, I spoke to her from India because she is a big officer in Parma city. And she was so excited that this thing should happen here. We were not finding any suitable place and we were going to look for other cities. And she called and she said, I'm praying that this should happen in Parma. And she helped find this place and helped us with many things. I'm very proud of you and may God bless you.
Grazie.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
My son Luca, he would, my son Luca, the people to rent this hall, they were asked very expensive things here in Italy. And he would fight with them. No, we are not going to pay that much. Thank you so much for all
thank you
that.
to you. Thank you to you.
To everybody, everybody from Italy, it is amazing how open, how loving, how big-hearted people you are. It's just amazing. We all are going to carry unforgettable memories of this day, of this place, of this meeting. Unforgettable memories. World doesn't know you, but we are going to let the secret out. And as Jathedar Sahib has invited all of you to the Golden Temple, so we would be waiting for you. We are going to take with us so many beautiful memories we have gained so much and lost too. I feel we are losing a part of our hearts to you. Thank you so much. You can go and have something, some refreshments, and there will be orchestra for 5-10 minutes. Love to. Okay. Now, Dr. Catalano is asking if a picture could be taken with all of them. Oh. Everyone?
खड़े होके फिर
बैठे रहना संगतां ने ਆਪਾਂ 10 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੋਰ ਬੈਠਣਾ
And if the speakers could stand for a picture, खड़े होके ਆਪਾਂ एक फोटो लेना है. If everyone could please be seated, we're going to have our last song or music from the orchestra. And if our speakers could also be seated at the front, thank you so much.
ਜੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਸਾਰੀ ਅਜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਵੇ ਅਜੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਖੋ ਅਜੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਜੇ ਹੁਣ 5-7 ਮਿੰਟ ਲਈ ਆਰਕੈਸਟਰਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ 5 ਮਿੰਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ
We will enjoy now the orchestra Musici di Parma, the last time, and then we will launch the wave towards the world. Please stay with us. Each one of you is very precious to launch the world away from Parma to the world. All Sevadars are requested, please, to stay. And please remember to collect your headphone, to let your headphone, your translation equipment, the headphone for translation, before you leave. Also, we are very, very joyful to announce that 80,000 people are watching online, live, as we are talking right now. We are not alone.
Era straordinario oggi, eh? Quattro mostre. Il finale 4, lo sai il finale?
Sì, 3 volte.
3 volte e l'ultimo non è in tempo.
Sì, accelerato.
Adesso una praticamente buona.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all the musicians. It's such a beautiful orchestra. And we're just going to have our closing words.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਇਟਲੀ 'ਚ 40 ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਆਈ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਲੰਗਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੀਤੀ, ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦੇ ਦੀ, ਚਾਹ ਦੀ, ਸਾਰੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਟਲੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਅਦਬਾਂ, ਪਿਆਰਾਂ, ਸਤਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਾਨਾ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਜੋ ਸਿੱਖ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੋੜ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਐਡੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਹਾਂ, ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਕੰਮ। ਜਦੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਗੁਰਪੁਰਬ 'ਤੇ ਇਹ ਲਹਿਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਜੋ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਇਮਾਮ ਇੱਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੰਟਰੀ 'ਚ, ਉਹ ਆਏ ਥੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਿੱਖ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਤੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋਈਏ। ਆਪਾਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਨਿੱਕੀਆਂ ਨਿੱਕੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਮੋਟਾ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸੁਣੀ ਸੁਣਾਈਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਰਾਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੈਚਿਓਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਪੈਣਾ। ਇਹ ਏਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਜੇ ਟੀਚਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਿਰੇ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿਆਣਪਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸੰਭਲ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ। ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੇ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੱਚੀ-ਮੁੱਚੀ ਹਲੇਮੀਆਂ ਭਰੇ ਹੋ, ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੱਚੀ-ਮੁੱਚੀ ਪਿਆਰਾਂ ਭਰੇ ਹੋ। ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੇ ਵੇਖਣਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ। ਸੱਚਾਈ ਕੂੜ ਨਖੁੱਟੇ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਓੜਕ ਸੱਚ ਰਹੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਦਿਲ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕਰੋ, ਆਪਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇੜੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਉਹਨੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕੋ ਬਾਟੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕੋ ਥਾਲੀ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਦੇਗ ਛਕਾਈ ਸੀ। ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਬੁਰਕੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ, ਬੁਰਕੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਕੋਟ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ, ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਗਮੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਹੋਣਾ ਬੰਦਗੀ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ। Meditation is the answer. Meditation is the only answer for the permanent transformation of our human consciousness to divine consciousness. Meditation is to love our Creator. To love our Creator. And that's the most beautiful thing to do, and that can only happen in human life. all the treasures, the real treasures which are buried within, we must uncover those, use those and spread those to the whole world. Those treasures He did not place within us to remain unused. He doesn't do anything futile. He buried those treasures within us for us to use those. The treasure of humility, the treasure of love, the treasure of kindness, the treasure of compassion, tenderness, real. ਤੇ ਇਹ ਲਹਿਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਾ। ਅਗਲੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਕਰਾਉਣਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆਇਓ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ। ਪੈਸੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਉਣੀ। ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਚੇ ਕੰਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹਨ। ਉੱਚੀਆਂ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀਆਂ ਆਪ ਮਾਨਣੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਮਨਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਹਨ। ਹਾਇਰ ਲਿਬਰਟੀਜ਼, liberty from the mind, from narrow-mindedness and all that. Liberty from that. Become free like a bird and soar in the skies. That's where we feel the skies belong to us, not this. This is people are going to snatch from each other and fighting and all that. No, we have the option. We have the option to soar in this. अपने कोल चोन है कि धरती ते ही रेंगदे रहना है कि आसमाना च उड्डना। वो आखदा सी आसमान में आने लहंग दरिया, कहंदे आसमाना च दरिया वगदा अमृत दा, आ उत्थे तैनूं इशनान कराई। तुसीं अगली लहर ते जरूर आए हो, आओगे? हाथ खड़े करो जी जेड़े आओगे सारे। I asked who and who would be present at the next stop of this wave, and everybody. Dr. Fawali, thank you. And Dr. Luigi, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. बहुत बीबे सी ਆਪਾਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ ਘਰ ਬਾਰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ। ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀਏ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਮੁਹੱਬਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟ, ਪਿਆਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟ, ਦੋਸਤੀ ਦੀ ਮੁਸਕਰਾਹਟ। ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਖਤ ਭੇਜੀਏ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਲਿਖਣ ਤੋਂ, ਦਿਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੁਨੇੜੇ, ਕਿ ਕਦੀ ਆਸ਼ਿਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਾ ਖਤ ਲਿਖੇ ਹੋਣ ਜੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖੀਏ। We should send messages to the whole humanity, love messages out of our hearts, unwritten on paper, but written on our consciousness. Such love letters that no lovers would have written letters like those. Human life is to celebrate its depth, its profoundness, its beauty, immense beauty, boundless bounties, blessings to enjoy and share with others. Chale. Let's become fragrance of this movement. Let us become fragrance of this wave of humility, kindness and love, and distribute this fragrance to every heart, to every heart on this planet. Chale. Paji vandiye chal mehk leher di ban ke ve kar paji vandiye chal mehk leher di ban ke ve kar paji vandiye chal mehk le ban ke ve kar paji chal mehk leher di ve kar चल महक लहर दी चल महक लहर दी बेकार चल महक चल महक बन के के वे कर चल महक लहर दी के वे कर पाजी वंडिए चल चल महक लहर दी चल चल महक लहर दी वे कर कर चल महक लहर दी वे कर कर चल बहुत भी बहुत ਬੀਬੇ ਸੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਾਨਾ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਉਣ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਇਸ ਲਹਿਰ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਕਤ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਲਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਫੈਲਣਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਕੱਠਿਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ महाराज जी की मेहर नाल होना है आप अपनी सारी ताकत लानी दिन रात तो उन्हें कृपा करनी तो साइन सुनिया होए होए सिर्फ सर ते उन्होंने शुकराने in order to give him gratitude for making us his children, do this act where we all feel compassion and love and humility for each other and feel, not just say, feel that we are together. The same divine light is in everyone. And whenever we look at anyone, we should bow down to them. That person, we may not know that person, but that divine light is there. That divine light is there. And let's, in utter gratitude to the divine जकारे परमात्मा दे अंतां दे शुकराने मेहरबानियां तरसदानियां दा करके जो किश ये होया उन्हां दे शुकरानियां च जकारे बुलाइए जी सारी संगत ਨੂੰ let's wish each other's humility, peace, love. And God to give me the heart, to give me the eyes, to feel that the whole humanity is my siblings, real siblings. Vasda Rosajana. ਹੁਣ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਗਲੀ ਲਹਿਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਲਾਂਗੇ। ਵਸਦਾ ਰੋ ਸੱਜਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਹਵਾਵਾਂ ਵਸਦਾ ਰੋ ਸੱਜਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਹਵਾਵਾਂ ਵਸਦਾ ਰੋ ਸੱਜਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਹਵਾਂ ਵਸਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਠੰਡੀ ਵਸਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹਵਾ ਵਸਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਠੰਡੀਆਂ ਵਸ Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again.
God
Waheguru, Waheguru. Thank you, everyone. Somebody has lost their car key, an Opal car key. Satsang ji, किसी ने अपना गड्डी दी चाबी गवाचिया ओपल दी ओह आगे थैंक यू जी ते दूसरी बेनती अपना headphones please वापस कर दो. Thank you again. Please return all your headphones as you exit. And ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਨਾ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਰਹੋ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਫਾਈ ਵੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈਗਾ. ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਫਤਿਹ. ਮਿਲ ਗਈ ਜੀ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਬਾਬਾ.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਧਰ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਾਣਾ ਇੱਧਰ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਵੈਨ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਪੁਰਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਆ ਕਾਰਪੇਟ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਿਛਲੀਆਂ ਕੁਰਸੀਆਂ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਜਾਣੀਆਂ. ਤਾਂ ਜੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਸੰਚਾਰ 10 ਵਜੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ.
La signora Melotti Nicoletta. Attendiamo in regia. Melotti Nicolette in regia, grazie.